Griot Audio presents Texas Wild by Brenda Jackson, narrated by Avery Glimpf.
Prologue. A beautiful June day. O.M.G. Who's the latecomer to the wedding? Don't know, but I'm glad he made it to the reception. Look at that body. Look at that walk. He should come with a warning sign that says extremely hot. Several ladies in the wedding party whispered among themselves, and all eyes were trained on the tall, ultra-handsome man who'd approached the group of Westmoreland male cousins across the room. The reception for Micah Westmoreland's wedding to Kalina Daniels was in full swing on the grounds of Micah's manor. But every female in attendance was looking at one particular male, the man who'd just arrived. For crying out loud, will someone please tell me who he is? Vicky Morrow, a good friend of Kalina's, pleaded in a low voice. She looked over at Megan Westmoreland. Most of the good-looking men here are related to you in some way, so tell us, is he another Westmoreland cousin? Megan was checking out the man just as thoroughly as all the other women were. No, he's no kin of mine. I've never seen him before, she said. She hadn't seen the full view yet either, just his profile. But even that was impressive. He had handsome features, a deep tan, and silky straight hair that brushed against the collar of his suit. He was both well-dressed and good-looking. Yes, he definitely is one fine specimen of a man and is probably some Hollywood friend of my cousin's, since he seems to know them. Well, I want to be around when the introductions are made. Marla Ford, another friend of Kalina's, leaned over and whispered in Megan's ear. Make that happen. Megan laughed. I'll see what I can do. Hey, don't look now, ladies, but he's turned this way and is looking over here, Marla said. In fact, Megan, your brother Zane is pointing out one of us to him, and I hope it's me. Seconds later, Marla said in a disappointed voice, It's you, Megan. Marla had to be mistaken. Why would Zane point her out to that man? Yeah, look how the hottie is checking you out. Vicky whispered to Megan. It's like the rest of us don't even exist. Lordy, I do declare, I wish some man would look at me that way. Megan met the stranger's gaze. Everyone was right. He was concentrated solely on her. And the moment their eyes connected, something happened. It was as if heat transmitted from his look was burning her skin, flaming her blood, scorching her all over. She'd never felt anything so powerful in her life. Instant attraction. Her heart pounded like crazy, and she shivered as everything and everyone around her seemed to fade into the background. Everything except for the sound of the soft music from the orchestra that pulled her and this stranger into a cocoon. It was as if no one existed but the two of them. Her hand, which was holding a glass of wine, suddenly felt moist, and something fired up within her that had never been lit before. Desire. As potent as it could get. How could a stranger affect her this way? For the first time in her adult life, at the age of 27, Megan knew what it meant to be attracted to someone in a way that affected all her vital signs. And, as an anesthesiologist, she knew all about the workings of the human body. But up until now, she'd never given much thought to her own body, or how it would react to a man. At least, not to how it would react to this particular man, whomever he was. She found her own reaction as interesting as she found it disconcerting. That guy's hot for you, Megan. Vicky's words reminded Megan that she had an audience. Breaking eye contact with the stranger, she glanced over at Vicky, swallowing deeply. No, he's not. He doesn't know me, and I don't know him. Doesn't matter who knows who. What just happened between you is called instant sexual attraction. I felt it. We all did. You would have to be dead not to have felt it. That was some kind of heat emitting between the two of you just now. Megan drew in a deep breath when the other women around her nodded and agreed with what Vicky had said. She glanced back over at the stranger. He was still staring and held her gaze until her cousin Riley tapped him on the shoulder to claim his attention. And when Savannah and Jessica, who were married to Megan's cousins Durango and Chase, respectively, walked up to him, she saw how his face split in a smile before he pulled both women into his arms for a huge hug. That's when it hit her just who the stranger was. He was Jessica and Savannah's brother, the private investigator who lived in Philadelphia, Rico Claiborne. The man Megan had hired a few months ago to probe into her great-grandfather's past. Rico Claiborne was glad to see his sisters, but the woman Zane had pointed out to him, the same one who had hired him over the phone a few months ago, was still holding his attention, although he was pretending otherwise. Dr. Micah Westmoreland. She had gone back to talking to her friends, not looking his way. That was fine for now, since he needed to get his bearings. What in the hell had that been all about? What had made him concentrate solely on her, as if all those other women standing with her didn't exist? There was something about her that made her stand out, even before Zane had told him the one in the pastel pink was his sister Megan. The woman was hot, and when she had looked at him, every cell in his body had responded to that look. It wasn't one of those "I'm interested in you too" kind of looks. It was one of those looks that questioned the power of what was going on between them. It was quite obvious she was just as confused as he was. Never had he reacted so fiercely to a woman before. And the fact that she was the one who had hired him to research Rachel Westmoreland made things even more complicated. That had been 2 months ago. He'd agreed to take the case, but had explained he couldn't begin until he'd wrapped up the other cases he was working on. She'd understood. Today, he'd figured he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He'd attend Micah's wedding and finally get to meet Micah's cousin, Megan. But he hadn't counted on feeling such a strong attraction to her, one that still had heat thrumming all through him. His sister's husbands, as well as the newlyweds, walked up to join him. And as Rico listened to the conversations swirling around him, he couldn't help but steal glances over at Megan. He should have known it would be just a matter of time before one of his sisters noticed where his attention had strayed. "You've met Megan, right? I know she hired you to investigate Rachel's history," Savannah said, with a curious gleam in her eyes. He knew that look. If given the chance, she would stick that pretty nose of hers where it didn't belong. "No, Megan and I haven't officially met, although we've talked on the phone a number of times," he said, grabbing a drink off the tray of a passing waiter. He needed it to cool off. Megan Westmoreland was so freaking hot, he could feel his toes beginning to burn. "But I know which one she is. Zane pointed her out to me a few minutes ago," he added, hoping that would appease his sister's curiosity. He saw it didn't when she smiled and said, "Then let me introduce you." Rico took a quick sip of his drink. He started to tell Savannah that he would rather be introduced to Megan later, but then decided he might as well get it over with. All right. As his sister led him over to where the group of women stood, all staring at him with interest in their eyes, his gaze was locked on just one, and he knew she felt the strong attraction flowing between them as much as he did. There was no way she could not. It was a good thing they wouldn't be working together closely. His job was to make sure she received periodic updates on how the investigation was going, which was simple enough. Yes, he decided, as he got closer to her, with the way his entire body was reacting to her, the more distance he put between himself and Megan, the better. Chapter 1. 3 months later. "Dr. Westmoreland, there's someone here to see you." Megan Westmoreland's brow arched as she glanced at her watch. She was due in surgery in an hour, and had hoped to grab a sandwich and a drink from the deli downstairs before then. "Who is it, Grace?" she asked, speaking into the intercom system on her desk. Grace Ellsbury was a student in the college's work-study program and worked part-time as an administrative assistant for the anesthesiology department at the University of Colorado Hospital. "He's hot. A Brad Cooper look-alike with a dark tan. Grace whispered into the phone. Megan's breath caught, and warm sensations oozed through her bloodstream. She had an idea who her visitor was, and braced herself for Grace to confirm her suspicions. "Says his name is Rico Claiborne." Lowering her voice even more, Grace added, "But I prefer to call him Mr. Yummy, if you know what I mean." Yes, she knew exactly what Grace meant. The man was so incredibly handsome, he should be arrested for being a menace to society. "Please send Mr. Claiborne in." "Send him in? Are you kidding?" "I will take the pleasure of escorting him into your office, Dr. Westmoreland." Megan shook her head. She couldn't remember the last time Grace had taken the time to escort anyone into her office. The door opened, and Grace, wearing the biggest of grins, escorted Rico Claiborne in. He moved with a masculine grace that exerted power, strength, and confidence, and he looked like a model, even while wearing jeans and a pullover sweater. Megan moved from behind her desk to properly greet him. Rico was tall, probably a good 6'4", with dark brown hair and a gorgeous pair of hazel eyes. They had talked on the phone a number of times, but they had only met once, 3 months ago at her cousin Micah's wedding. He had made such an impact on her feminine senses that she'd found it hard to stop thinking about him ever since. Now that he had completed that case he'd been working on, hopefully he was ready to start work on hers. "Rico, good seeing you again," Megan said, smiling, extending her hand to him. Grace was right. He did look like Brad Cooper, and his interracial features made his skin tone appear as if he'd gotten the perfect tan. "Good seeing you again as well, Megan," he said, taking her hand in his. The warm sensation Megan had felt earlier intensified with a touch of his hand on hers, but she fought to ignore it. "So what brings you to Denver?" He placed his hands in the pockets of his jeans. "I arrived this morning to appear in court on a case I handled last year, and figured since I was here I'd give you an update. I actually started working your case a few weeks ago. I don't like just dropping in like this, but I tried calling you when I first got to town and couldn't reach you on your cell phone." "She was in surgery all morning." They both turned to note Grace was still in the room. She stood in the doorway smiling, eyeing Rico up and down with a look of pure female appreciation on her face. Megan wouldn't have been surprised if Grace started licking her lips. "Thanks, and that will be all, Grace," Megan said. Grace actually looked disappointed. "You sure?" "Yes, I'm positive. I'll call you if I need you," Megan said, forcing back a grin. "Oh, all right." It was only when Grace had closed the door behind her that Megan glanced back at Rico to find him staring at her. A shiver of nervousness slithered down her spine. She shouldn't feel uncomfortable around him, but she had discovered upon meeting Rico that she had a strong attraction to him, something she'd never had for a man before. For the past 3 months, out of sight had meant out of mind where he was concerned, on her good days. But with him standing in the middle of her office, she was forced to remember why she'd been so taken with him at her cousin's wedding. The man was hot. "Would you like to take a seat? This sounds important," she said, returning to the chair behind her desk, eager to hear what he had to say and just as anxious to downplay the emotional reaction he was causing. A few years ago, her family had learned that her great-grandfather, Raphael Stern Westmoreland, who they'd assumed was an only child, had actually had a twin brother, Reginald Scott Westmoreland. It all started when an older man living in Atlanta by the name of James Westmoreland, a grandson of Reginald, began genealogy research on his family. His research revealed a connection to the Westmorelands living in Denver, her family. Once that information had been uncovered, her family had begun to wonder what else they didn't know about their ancestor. They had discovered that Raphael, at 22, had become the black sheep of the family after running off with a preacher's wife, never to be heard from again. He had passed through various states, including Texas, Wyoming, Kansas, and Nebraska, before settling down in Colorado. It was found that he had taken up with a number of women along the way. Everyone was curious about what happened to those women, since it appeared he had been married to each one of them at some point. If that was true, there were possibly even more Westmorelands out there that Megan and her family didn't know about. That was why her oldest cousin Dylan had taken it upon himself to investigate her great-grandfather's other wives. Dylan's investigation had led him to Gamble, Wyoming, where he'd not only met his future wife, but he'd also found out the first 2 women connected with Rafel hadn't been the man's wives, but were women he had helped out in some way. Since that first investigation, Dylan had married and was the father of 1 child, with another on the way. With a growing family, he was too busy to chase information about Rafel's 3rd and 4th wives. Megan had decided to resume the search, which was the reason she had hired Rico, who had, of course, come highly recommended by her brothers and cousins. Megan watched Rico take a seat, thinking the man was way too sexy for words. She was used to being surrounded by good-looking men. Case in point, her 5 brothers and slew of cousins were all gorgeous. But there was something about Rico that pulled at her in a way she found most troublesome. "I think it's important, and it's the first break I've had," he responded. I was finally able to find something on Clarice Riggins. A glimmer of hope spread through Megan. Clarice was rumored to have been her great-grandfather's 3rd wife. Megan leaned forward in her chair. "How? Where?" "I was able to trace what I've pieced together to a small town in Texas, on the other side of Austin, called Forbes." "Forbes, Texas?" "Yes. I plan to leave Thursday morning. I had thought of leaving later today after this meeting, but your brothers and cousins talked me out of it. They want me to hang out with them for a couple of days." Megan wasn't surprised. Although the Westmorelands were mostly divided among 4 states, Colorado, Georgia, Montana, and Texas, the males in the family usually got together often, either to go hunting, check on the various mutual business interests, or just for a poker game getaway. Since Rico was the brother-in-law to 2 of her cousins, he often joined those trips. "So, you haven't been able to find out anything about her?" she asked. "No, not yet. But I did discover something interesting." Megan lifted a brow. "What?" "It's recorded that she gave birth to a child. We can't say whether the baby was male or female, but it was a live birth." Megan couldn't stop the flow of excitement that seeped into her veins. If Clarice had given birth, that could mean more Westmoreland cousins out there somewhere. Anyone living in Denver knew how important family was to the Westmorelands. "That could be big. Really major," she said, thinking. "Have you mentioned it to anyone else?" He shook his head, smiling. "No. You're the one who hired me, so anything I discover, I bring to you first." She nodded. "Don't say anything just yet. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. You can say you're going to Texas on a lead, but nothing else for now." Presently, there were 15 Denver Westmorelands, 12 males and 3 females. Megan's parents, as well as her aunt and uncle, had been killed in a plane crash years ago, leaving Dylan and her oldest brother Ramsey in charge. It hadn't been easy. But now all of the Westmorelands were self-supporting individuals. All of them had graduated from college, except for the 2 youngest, Bain and Bailey. Bain was in the U.S. Navy, and Bailey, who'd fought the idea of any education past high school, was now in college with less than a year to go to get her degree. There had never been any doubt in Megan's mind that she would go to college to become an anesthesiologist. She loved her job. She had known this was the career she wanted ever since she'd had her tonsils removed at 6 and had met the nice man who put her to sleep. He had come by to check on her after the surgery. He'd visited with her, ate ice cream with her, and told her all about his job. At the time, she couldn't even pronounce it, but she'd known that was her calling. Yet everyone needed a break from their job every once in a while, and she was getting burned out. Budget cuts required doing more with less, and she'd known for a while that it was time she went somewhere to chill. Bailey had left that morning for Charlotte to visit their cousin Quade, his wife Cheyenne, and their triplets. Megan had been tempted to go with her, since she had a lot of vacation time that she rarely used. She also thought about going to Montana, where other Westmorelands lived. One nice thing about having a large family so spread out was that you always had somewhere to go. Suddenly, a thought popped into Megan's head, and she glanced over at Rico again to find him staring at her. Their gazes held for a moment longer than necessary before she broke eye contact and looked down at the calendar on her desk while releasing a slow breath. For some reason, she had a feeling he was on the verge of finding out something major. She wanted to be there when he did. More than anything, she wanted to be present when he found out about Clarice's child. If she was in Denver while he was in Texas, she would go nuts waiting for him to contact her with any information he discovered. Once she'd gotten her thoughts and plans together, she glanced back up at him. "You're leaving for Texas in 2 days, right?" He lifted a brow. "Yes, that's my plan." Megan leaned back in her chair. "I've just made a decision about something." "About what?" Megan smiled. "I've decided to go with you." Rico figured there were a lot of things in life he didn't know. But the one thing he did know was that there was no way Megan Westmoreland was going anywhere with him. Being alone with her in this office was bad enough. The thought of them sitting together on a plane or in a car was too close for comfort. It was arousing him just thinking about it. He was attracted to her big time, and had been from the moment he'd seen her at Micah's wedding. He'd arrived late because of a case he had been handling, and had shown up at the reception just moments before the bride and groom were to leave for their honeymoon. Megan had hired him a month earlier, even though they'd never met in person. Because of that, the first thing Rico did when he arrived at the reception was to ask Zane to point her out. The moment his and Megan's gazes locked, he had felt desire rush through him to a degree that had never happened before. It had shocked the hell out of him. His gaze had moved over her, taking in every single thing he saw, every inch of what he'd liked. And he'd liked it all, way too much. From the abundance of dark curls on her head to the creamy smoothness of her mahogany skin. From the shapely body in a bridesmaid gown to the pair of silver stilettos on her feet. She had looked totally beautiful. At the age of 36, he'd figured he was way too old to be that attracted to any woman. After all, he'd dated quite a few women in his day. And by just looking at Megan, he could tell she was young. That she hadn't turned 30 yet. But her age hadn't stopped him from staring and staring and staring until one of her cousins had reclaimed his attention. But still, he'd thought about her more than he should have since then. "Well, with that settled, I'll notify my superiors so they can find a replacement for me while I'm gone," she said, breaking into his thoughts. "There are only a few surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, and I figure we'll be back in a week or so." Evidently, she thought that since he hadn't said anything, he was okay with the idea of her accompanying him to Texas. Boy, was she wrong. "Sorry, Megan, there's no way I'll let you come with me. I have a rule about working alone." He could tell by the mutinous expression on her face that he was in for a fight. That didn't bother him. He had 2 younger sisters to deal with, so he knew well how to handle a stubborn female. "Surely you can break that rule this one time." He shook his head. "Sorry, I can't." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Other than the fact that you prefer working alone, give me another reason I can't go with you." He crossed his arms over his own chest. "I don't need another reason. Like I said, I work alone." He did have a reason, but he wouldn't be sharing it with her. All he had to do was recall what had almost happened the last time he'd worked a case with a woman. "Why are you being difficult?" "Why are you?" he countered. "I'm not," she said, throwing her head back and gritting out her words. "This is my great-grandfather we're talking about." "I'm fully aware of who he was. You and I talked extensively before I agreed to take on this case. And I recall telling you that I would get you the information you wanted, doing things my way." He watched as she began nibbling on her bottom lip. Okay, so now she was remembering. Good. For some reason, he couldn't stop looking into her eyes, meeting her fiery gaze head on, thinking her eyes resembled two beautiful dark orbs. "As the client, I demand that you take me," she said, sharply interrupting his thoughts. He narrowed his gaze. "You can demand all you want, but you're not going to Texas with me. And why not? I've told you my reasons. Now can we move on to something else, please?" She stood up. "No, we can't move on to something else." He stood as well. "Now you're acting like a spoiled child." Megan's jaw dropped. "A spoiled child? I've never acted like a spoiled child in my entire life. And as for going to Texas, I will be going since there's no reason that I shouldn't." He didn't say anything for a moment. "Okay, there is another reason I won't take you with me. One that you'd do well to consider," he said in a calm, barely controlled tone. She had pushed him, and he didn't like being pushed. "Fine, let's hear it," she snapped furiously. He placed his hands in the pockets of his jeans, stood with his legs braced apart, and leveled his gaze on her when he spoke in a deep, husky voice. "I want you, Megan. Bad. And if you go anywhere with me, I'm going to have you." He then turned and walked out of her office. Shocked, Megan dropped back down in her chair. Gracious. 3 surgeries later, back in her office, Megan paced the floor. Although Rico's parting statement had taken her by surprise, she was still furious. Typical man. Why did they think everything began and ended in the bedroom? So he was attracted to her. Big deal. Little did he know, but she was attracted to him as well, and she had no qualms about going to Texas with him. For crying out loud, hadn't he ever heard of self-control? She was sister to Zane and Derringer, and cousin to Riley and Canyon. 3 were womanizers to the core, and before marrying Lucia, Derringer had all but worn his penis on his sleeve, and Zane, Lord help him, wore his anywhere there was a free spot on his body. She couldn't count the number of times she'd unexpectedly shown up at Zane's place at the wrong time, or how many pairs of panties she'd discovered left behind at Riley's. And wasn't it just yesterday she'd seen a woman leave Canyon's place before dawn? Besides that, Rico Claiborne honestly thought all he had to do was decide he wanted her, and he would have her? Wouldn't she have some kind of say-so in the matter? Evidently he didn't think so, which meant he really didn't know whom he was dealing with. The doctors at the hospital, who thought she was cold and incapable of being seduced, called her Iceberg Megan. So, okay, Rico had thawed her out a little when she'd seen him at the wedding 3 months ago. And she would admit he'd made her heart flutter upon seeing him today. But he was definitely under a false assumption if he thought all he had to do was snap his fingers, strut that sexy walk, and she would automatically fall into any bed with him. She scowled. The more she thought about it, the madder she got. He should know from all the conversations they'd shared over the phone that this investigation was important to her. Family was everything to her, and if there were other Westmorelands out there, she wanted to know about them. She wanted to be in the thick of things when he uncovered the truth as to where those Westmorelands were and how quickly they could be reached. Megan moved to the window and looked out. September clouds were settling in, and the forecasters had predicted the first snowfall of the year by the end of the week. But that was fine, since she had no intention of being here in Denver when the snow started. Ignoring what Rico had said about her not going to Texas with him, she had cleared her calendar for not only the rest of the week, but also for the next month. She had the vacation time, and if she didn't use it by the end of the year, she would end up losing it anyway. First, she would go to Texas, and then, before returning to work, she would take off for Australia and spend time with her sister Gemma and her family. Megan enjoyed international travel and recalled the first time she'd left the country to visit her cousin Delaney in the Middle East. That had been quite an enjoyable experience. But remembering the trip to visit her cousin couldn't keep her thoughts from shifting back to Rico. and she felt an unwelcoming jolt of desire as she recalled him standing in her office, right in this very spot, and saying what he'd said without as much as blinking an eye. If he, for 1 minute, thought he had the ability to tell her what to do, he had another thought coming. If he was that attracted to her, then he needed to put a cap on it. They were adults and would act accordingly. The mere thought that once alone they would tear each other's clothes off in some sort of heated lust was total rubbish. Although she was attracted to him, she knew how to handle herself. It was going to be hard to keep her hands to herself, but no matter what, she would. You sure I'm not putting you out, Riley? I can certainly get a room at the hotel in town. I won't hear of it, Riley Westmoreland said, smiling. Hell, you're practically family. Rico threw his luggage on the bed, thinking he certainly hadn't felt like family earlier, when he'd been alone with Megan. He still couldn't get over her wanting to go to Texas with him. Surely she had felt the sexual tension that seemed to surround them whenever they were within a few feet of each other. So how are things going with that investigation you're doing for Megan? Riley asked, breaking into Rico's thoughts. Fine. In fact, I'm on my way to Texas to poke around a new lead. Riley's brow lifted. Really? Does Megan know yet? Yes, I met with her at the hospital earlier today. Riley chuckled. I bet she was happy about that. We're all interested in uncovering the truth about Papa Rayful, but I honestly think Megan is obsessed with it and has been ever since Dylan and Pam shared those journals with her. Now that Dylan has made Megan the keeper of the journals, she is determined to uncover everything. She's convinced we have more relatives out there somewhere. Rico had read those journals and had found them quite interesting. The journals, written by Rayful himself, had documented his early life after splitting from his family. And it's dinner tonight over at the big house. Pam called earlier to make sure I brought you. I hope you're up for it. You know how testy pregnant women can get at times. Rico chuckled. Yes, he knew. In fact, he had noted the number of pregnant women in the Westmoreland family. Enough to look like there was some sort of epidemic. In addition to Pam, Derringer's wife Lucia was expecting, and so was Micah's wife Kalina. There were a number of Atlanta Westmorelands expecting babies as well. Case in point, his own sisters. Jessica was pregnant again, and Savannah had given birth to her second child earlier that year. They were both happily married, and he was happy for them. Even his mother had decided to make another go of marriage, which had surprised him after what she'd gone through with his father. But he liked Brad Richmond, and Rico knew Brad truly loved his mother. Well, I'll let you unpack. We'll leave for Dylan's place in about an hour. I hope you're hungry because there will be plenty of food. The women are cooking, and we just show up hungry and ready to eat, Riley said, laughing. A half hour later, Rico had unpacked all the items he needed. Everything else would remain in his luggage, since he would be leaving for Texas the day after tomorrow. Sighing, he rubbed a hand down his face, noting his stubble-roughened jaw. Before he went out anywhere, he definitely needed to shave. And yes, he was hungry, since he hadn't eaten since that morning. But dinner at Dylan's meant most of the Denver Westmorelands who were in town would be there. That included Megan. Damn. He wasn't all that sure he was ready to see her again. He was known as a cool and in-control kind of guy. But those elements of his personality took a flying leap around Megan Westmoreland. Why did he like the way she said his name? To pronounce it was simple enough, but there was something about the way she said it, in a sultry tone that soothed and aroused. Getting aroused was the last thing he needed to think about. It had been way too long since he'd had bedroom time with a woman. So he was in far worse shape than he'd realized. Seeing Megan today hadn't helped matters. The woman was way too beautiful for her own good. Grabbing his shaving bag off the bed, Rico went into the guest bath that was conveniently connected to his room. Moments later, after lathering his face with shaving cream, he stared into the mirror as he slowly swiped a razor across his face. The familiar actions allowed his mind to wander, right back to Megan. The first thing he'd noticed when he'd walked into her office was that she'd cut her hair. She still had a lot of curls, but instead of flowing to her shoulders, her hair crowned her face like a cap. He liked the style on her. It gave her a sexier look. Not that she needed it. He could just imagine being wheeled into surgery only to discover she would be the doctor to administer the drug to knock you out. Counting backward while lying flat on your back and staring up into her face would guarantee plenty of hot dreams during whatever surgery you were having. He jolted when he nicked himself. Damn. He needed to concentrate on shaving and rid his mind of Megan. At least he didn't have to worry about that foolishness of hers, about wanting to go with him to Texas. He felt certain, with the way her eyes had nearly popped out of the sockets and her jaw had dropped after what he'd said, that she had changed her mind. He hadn't wanted to be so blatantly honest with her, but it couldn't be helped. Like he told her, he preferred working alone. The last time he had taken a woman with him on a case had almost cost him his life. He remembered it like it was yesterday. An FBI sting operation, and his female partner had ended up being more hindrance than help. The woman blatantly refused to follow orders. Granted, there was no real danger involved with Megan's case, per se. In fact, the only danger he could think of was keeping his hands to himself where Megan was concerned. That was a risk he couldn't afford, and he had felt the need to be blunt and spell it out to her. Now that he was convinced they had an understanding. He would go to Texas, delve into whatever he could discover about Clarice Riggins, and bring his report back to her. Megan was paying him a pretty hefty fee for his services, and he intended to deliver. But he would have to admit that her great-grandfather had covered his tracks well, which made Rico wonder what all the old man had gotten into during his younger days. It didn't matter, because Rico intended to uncover it all. And like he'd told Megan, Clarice Riggins had given birth, but there was nothing to indicate that she and Rafael had married. It had been a stroke of luck that he'd found anything at all on Clarice, since there had been various spellings of the woman's name. He was walking out of the bathroom when his cell phone rang, and he pulled it off the clip. He checked and saw it was a New York number. He had several associates there and couldn't help wondering which one was calling. "This is Rico." There was a slight pause, and then, "Hello, son. This is your father." Rico flinched, drew in a sharp breath, and fought for control of his anger, which had come quick, as soon as he'd recognized the voice. "You must have the wrong number because I don't have a father." Without giving the man a chance to say anything else, he clicked off the phone. As far as he was concerned, Jeff Claiborne could go to hell. Why on earth would the man be calling Rico after all this time? What had it been, 18 years? Rico had been happy with his father being out of sight and out of mind. To be quite honest, he wished he could wash the man's memory away completely. He could never forget the lives that man had damaged by his selfishness. No, Jeff Claiborne had no reason to call him. No reason at all. Chapter 2. Megan tried to downplay her nervousness as she continued to cut up the bell pepper and celery for the potato salad. According to Pam, Rico had been invited to dinner and would probably arrive any minute. "Has Rico found anything out yet?" Megan glanced over at her cousin-in-law. She liked Pam and thought she was perfect for Dylan. The two women were alone for now. Chloe and Bella had gone to check on the babies, and Lucia, who was in the dining room, was putting icing on the cake. "Yes, there's a lead in Texas he'll follow up on when he leaves here," Megan said. She didn't want to mention anything about Clarice. The last thing she wanted to do was get anyone's hopes up. "How exciting," Pam said as she fried the chicken, turning pieces over in the huge skillet every so often. "I'm sure you're happy about that." Megan would be a lot happier if Rico would let her go to Texas with him, but, in a way, she had solved that problem, and couldn't wait to see the expression on his face when he found out how. Chances were he thought he'd had the last word. She sighed, knowing if she lived to be 100 years old, she wouldn't be able to figure out men. Whenever they wanted a woman, they assumed a woman would just naturally want them in return. How crazy was that bit of logic? There was so much Megan didn't know when it came to men, although she had lived most of her life surrounded by them. Oh, she knew some things, but this man-woman stuff, when it came to wants and desires, just went over her head. Until she'd met Rico, there hadn't been a man who'd made her give him a second look. Of course, Idris Elba didn't count. She lifted her gaze from the vegetables to look over at Pam. Megan knew Pam and Dylan had a pretty good marriage, a real close one. Pam, Chloe, Lucia, and Bella were the older sisters she'd never had, and at the moment, she needed some advice. Pam, how would you react if a man told you he wanted you? Pam glanced her way and smiled. It depends on who the man is. Had your brother told me that, I would have kicked my fiancé to the curb a lot sooner. The first thing I thought when I saw Dylan was that he was hot. That was the same thing Megan had thought when she'd seen Rico. So you wouldn't have gotten upset had he said he wanted you? Again, it depends on who the man is. If it's a man I had the hots for, then no, I wouldn't have gotten upset. Why would I have? That would mean we were of the same accord and could move on to the next phase. Megan raised a brow. The next phase? Yes, the I want to get to know you better phase. Pam looked over at her. So, tell me, was this a hypothetical question, or is there a man out there who told you he wants you? Megan nervously nibbled on her bottom lip. She must have taken too long to answer because Pam grinned and said, I guess I got my answer. Pam took the last of the chicken out of the skillet, turned off the stove, and joined Megan at the table. Like I said, Megan, the question you should ask yourself is, if he's someone you want too. Forget about what he wants for the moment. The question is, what do you want? Megan sighed. Rico was definitely a looker, a man any woman would want. But what did she really know about him, other than that he was Jessica and Savannah's older brother, and they thought the world of him? He doesn't want to mix business with pleasure. Not that I would have, mind you. Besides, I never told him that I wanted him. Most women don't tell a man. What they do is send out vibes. Men can pick up on vibes real quick, and depending on what those vibes are, a man might take them as a signal. Megan looked perplexed. I don't think I sent out anything. Pam laughed. I hate to say this, but Jillian can probably size up a man better than you can. Your brothers and cousins sheltered you too much from the harsh realities of life. Jillian was Pam's sister, who was a sophomore in college. Megan shook her head. It's not that they sheltered me. I just never met anyone I was interested in. Until now? Megan lifted her chin. I'm really not interested in him. But I want us to work closer together, and he doesn't. Because he wants me. Well, I'm sure there will be times at the hospital when the two of you will have no choice but to work together. Pam thought the person they were discussing was another doctor. Megan wondered what Pam's reaction would be if she found out the person they were talking about was one of her dinner guests. Megan heard loud male voices and recognized all of them. One stood out, the sound a deep, husky timbre she'd come to know. Rico had arrived. Rico paused in his conversation with Dylan and Ramsey when Megan walked into the room to place a huge bowl on the dining room table. She called out to him. Hello, Rico. Megan. If his gaze was full of male appreciation, it couldn't be helped. She had changed out of the scrubs he'd seen her in earlier and into a cute V-neck blue pullover sweater and a pair of hip-hugging jeans. She looked both comfortable and beautiful. She had spoken, which was a good indication that he hadn't offended her by what he'd told her. He was a firm believer that the truth never hurt, but he'd known more than one occasion when it had pissed people off. So you're on your way to Texas, I hear. Dylan Westmoreland's question penetrated Rico's thoughts. He looked at Dylan and saw the man's questioning gaze and knew he had been caught ogling Megan. Rico's throat suddenly felt dry, and he took a sip of his wine before answering. Yes, I might have a new lead. Don't want to say what it is just yet until I'm certain it is one. Dylan nodded. I understand. Trust me. When I took that time off to track down information on Rafel, it was like putting together pieces of a very complicated puzzle. But that woman, he said, inclining his head toward Pam when she entered the room, made it all worthwhile. Rico glanced over to where Pam was talking to Megan. He could see how Pam could have made Dylan feel that way. She was a beautiful woman. Rico had heard the story from his sisters about how Dylan had met Pam while in Wyoming searching for leads on his great-grandfather's history. Pam had been engaged to marry a man who Dylan had exposed as nothing more than a lying, manipulating, arrogant SOB. Rico couldn't help keeping his eye on Megan as her brother Ramsey and her cousins Dylan and Riley carried on conversations around him. Thoughts of her had haunted him ever since they'd met back in June. Even now, he lay awake with thoughts of her on his mind. How could one woman make such an impression on him? He would never know. But like he told her, he wanted her. So it was best that they keep their distance, considering his relationship with the Westmoreland family. So when are you leaving, Rico? He turned to meet Ramsey Westmoreland's inquisitive gaze. The man was sharp and, like Dylan, had probably caught Rico eyeing Megan. The hand holding Rico's wine glass tensed. He liked all the Westmorelands and appreciated how the guys included him in a number of their all-male get-togethers. The last thing he wanted was to lose their friendship because he couldn't keep his eyes off their sister and cousin. I'm leaving on Thursday. Why do you ask? Ramsey shrugged. Just curious. Rico couldn't shake the feeling that the man was more than just curious. He frowned and stared down at his drink. It was either that, or risk the wrath of one of the Westmorelands if he continued to stare at Megan, who was busy setting the table. Dylan spoke up, and intruded into Rico's thoughts when he said, Pam just gave me the nod that dinner is ready. Everyone moved in the direction of the dining room. Rico turned to follow the others, but Ramsey touched his arm. Wait for a minute. Rico nodded. He wondered why Ramsey had detained him. Had Megan gone running to her brother and reported what Rico had said to her earlier? Or was Ramsey about to call him out on the carpet for the interest in Megan that he couldn't hide? In either of those scenarios, how could he explain his intense desire for Megan when he didn't understand it himself? He'd wanted women before, but never with this intensity. When the two of them were left alone, Ramsey turned to him, and Rico braced himself for whatever the man had to say. Rico was older brother to two sisters of his own, so he knew how protective brothers could be. He hadn't liked either Chase or Durango in the beginning, only because he'd known something was going on between them and his sisters. Ramsey was silent for a moment, doing nothing more than slowly sipping his wine, so Rico decided to speak up. Is there something you wanted to discuss with me, Ramsey? There were a couple of years difference in their ages, but at the moment Rico felt like it was a hell of a lot more than that. Yes, Ramsey replied. It's about Megan. Rico met Ramsey's gaze. What about her? Just a warning. Rico tensed. I think I know what you're going to say. Ramsey shook his head, chuckling. No, I don't think that you do. Rico was confused at Ramsey's amusement. Hell, maybe he didn't know after all. Then how about telling me? What's the warning regarding Megan? Ramsey took another sip of his drink and said, She's strong-willed. She has self-control of steel, and when she sets her mind to do something, she does it, often without thinking it through. And if you tell her no, you might as well have said yes. Rico was silent for a moment and then asked, Is there a reason you're telling me this? Ramsey's mouth curved into a smile. Yes, and you'll find out that reason soon enough. Now, come on. They won't start dinner without us. Megan tried drowning out all the conversation going on around her. As usual, whenever the Westmorelands got together, they had a lot to talk about. She was grateful Pam hadn't figured out the identity of the man they'd been discussing and seated them beside each other. Instead, Rico was sitting at the other end of the table, across from Ramsay and next to Riley. If she had to look at him, it would be quite obvious she was doing so. Riley said something, and everyone chuckled. That gave her an excuse to look down the table. Rico was leaning back against the chair and holding a half-filled glass of wine in his hand, smiling at whatever the joke was about. Why did he have to look so darn irresistible when he smiled? He must have felt her staring, because he shifted his gaze to meet hers. For a moment, she forgot to breathe. The intensity of his penetrating stare almost made her lips tremble. Something gripped her stomach in a tight squeeze and sent stirrings all through her nerve endings. At that moment, one thought resonated through her mind. The same one Pam had reiterated earlier. It doesn't matter if he wants you. The main question is whether or not you want him. Megan immediately broke eye contact and breathed in slowly, taking a sip of her wine. She fought to get her mind back on track and regain the senses she'd almost lost just now. She could control this. She had to. Desire and lust were things she didn't have time for. The only reason she wanted to go to Texas with Rico was to be there when he discovered the truth about Rayful. Thinking it was time to make her announcement, she picked up her spoon and tapped it lightly against her glass, but loud enough to get everyone's attention. When all eyes swung her way, she smiled and said, "I have an announcement to make. Most of you know I rarely take vacation time, but today I asked for an entire month off, starting tomorrow." Surprised gazes stared back at her, except one. She saw a look of suspicion in Rico's eyes and noted the way his jaw tightened. "What's wrong? You're missing Bailey already and plan to follow her to North Carolina?" her cousin Stern asked, grinning. Megan returned his grin and shook her head. "Although I miss Bailey, I'm not going to North Carolina." "Let me guess. You're either going to visit Gemma in Australia or Delaney in Tehran," Chloe said, smiling. Again, Megan shook her head. "Those are on my to-do list for later, but not now," she said. When others joined in, trying to guess where she was headed, she held up her hand. "Please, it's not that big of a deal." "It's a big deal if you're taking time off. You like working." "I don't like working, but I like the job I do. There is a difference. And to appease everyone's curiosity, I talked to Clint and Alyssa today, and I'm visiting them in Texas for a while." "Texas?" She glanced down the table at Riley, which allowed her to look at Rico again as well. He was staring at her, and it didn't take a rocket scientist to see he wasn't pleased with her announcement. Too bad, too glad. She couldn't force him to take her to Texas, but she could certainly go there on her own. "Yes, Riley, I'm going to Texas." "When are you leaving?" her brother Zane asked. "I need to, get that box from you before you leave." She nodded, seeing the tense expression in Zane's features. She wondered about the reason for it. She was very much aware that he had a lockbox in her hall closet. Although she'd been tempted, she'd never satisfied her curiosity by toying with the lock and looking inside. "That will be fine, Zane. I'm not leaving until Friday." She took another quick glance at Rico before resuming dinner. He hadn't said anything, and it was just as well. There really wasn't anything he could say. Although they would end up in the same state and within mere miles from each other, they wouldn't be together. Since he didn't want her to accompany him, she would do a little investigating on her own. Chapter 3. The next morning, Rico was still furious. Now he knew what Ramsay's warning had been about. The little minx was going to Texas, pretty damn close to where he would be. He would have confronted her last night, but he'd been too upset to do so. Now, here he was at breakfast time, and instead of joining Zane, Riley, Canyon, and Stern at one of the local cafes that boasted hotcakes to die for, he was parked outside Megan's home so he could try and talk some sense into her. Did she not know what red-hot desire was about? Did she not understand how it was when a man really wanted a woman to the point where self-control took a backseat to longing and urges? Did she not comprehend there was temptation even when she tried acting cool and indifferent? Just being around her last night had been hard enough, and now she was placing herself in a position where they would be around each other in Texas without any family members as buffers. Oh, he knew the stories she was telling her family, that she would be visiting Clint in Austin. Chances were she would, for a minute. He was friends with Clint and Alyssa, and had planned to visit them as well, during the same time she planned to be there. Since Forbes wasn't that far from Austin, Clint had offered Rico the use of one of their cabins on the Golden Glade Ranch as his headquarters if needed. But now Megan had interfered with his plans. She couldn't convince Rico that she didn't have ulterior motives, and that she didn't intend to show up in Forbes. She intended to do some snooping, with or without him. So what the hell was she paying him for, if she was going to do things her way? He got out of the car and glanced around, seeing her SUV parked at the side of her house. She had a real nice spread, and she'd kept most of it in its natural state. In the background, you could see rolling hills and meadows, mountains, and the Whisper Creek Canyon. It was a beautiful view, and there was a lake named after her grandmother, Gemma. Gemma Lake was huge, and, according to Riley, the fish were biting all the time. If Megan hadn't been throwing him for a loop, Rico would have loved to find a fishing pole while he was here to see if the man's claim was true. Megan's home was smaller than those owned by her brothers and male cousins. Their homes were 2 or 3 stories, but hers was a single story, modest in size, but eye-catching just the same. It reminded him of a vacation cabin with its cedar frame, wrap-around porch, and oversized windows. It had been built in the perfect location to take advantage of both lake and canyon. He'd heard the story of how the main house and the 300 acres on which it sat had been willed to Dylan since he was the oldest cousin. The remaining Denver Westmorelands got 100 acres each once they reached their 25th birthdays. They had come up with pet names for their particular spreads. There was Ramsey's Web, Derringer's Dungeon, Zane's Hideout, and Gemma's Gem. Now he was here at Megan's Meadows. According to Riley, Megan's property was prime land, perfect for grazing. She had agreed to let a portion of her land be used by Ramsey for the raising of his sheep, and the other by Zane and Derringer for their horse training business. If Riley suspected anything because of all the questions Rico had asked last night about Megan, he didn't let on. And it could have been that the man was too preoccupied to notice, since Riley had his little black book in front of him, checking off the numbers of women he intended to call. It was early, and Rico wondered if Megan was up yet. He would find out soon enough. Regardless, he intended to have his say. She could pretend she hadn't recognized the strong attraction between them, that sexual chemistry that kept him awake at night. But he wasn't buying it. However, just in case she didn't have a clue, he intended to tell her. Again. There was no need for her to go to Texas, and to pretend she was going just to visit her relatives was a crock. The weather was cold. Tightening his leather jacket around him, he moved quickly, walking up onto the porch. Knocking on the door loudly, he waited a minute, and then knocked again. When there was no answer, he was about to turn around, thinking that perhaps she'd gone up to the main house for breakfast, when suddenly the door was snatched open. His jaw almost dropped. The only thing he could say when he saw her standing there and wearing the cutest baby doll gown was, "Wow." Megan stared at Rico, surprised to see him. "What are you doing here?" He leaned in the doorway. "I came to talk to you." "And what are you doing coming to the door without first asking who it is?" She rolled her eyes. I thought you were one of my brothers. Usually they're the only ones who drop by without notice. Is that why you came to the door dressed like that? Yes. What do you want to talk to me about? You're letting cold air in. Your trip to Texas. Megan stared at him, her lips tight. Fine, she said, taking a step back. Come in and excuse me while I grab my robe. He watched her walk away, thinking the woman looked pretty damn good in a nightgown. Her shapely backside filled it out quite nicely and showed what a gorgeous pair of legs she had. Thinking that the last thing he needed to be thinking about was her legs, he removed his jacket and placed it on the coat rack by the door before moving into the living room. He glanced around. Her house was nice and cozy, rustic, quaint. The interior walls, as well as the ceiling and floors, were cedar like the outside. The furniture was nice, appropriate for the setting, and comfortable looking. From where he stood, he could see an eat-in kitchen surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, where you could dine and enjoy a view of the mountains and lake. He could even see the pier at her brother Micah's place that led to the lake and where the sailboat docked. Before we start talking about anything, I need my coffee. Rico turned when she came back into the room, moving past him and heading toward the kitchen. He nodded, understanding. For him, it was basically the same, which was why he had drunk 2 cups already. Fine. Take your time, he said. I'm not going anywhere because I know what you're doing. She didn't respond until she had the coffee maker going. Then she turned and leaned back against the counter to ask. And just what am I doing? You're going to Texas for a reason. Yes, and I explained why. I need a break from work. Why Texas? She lifted her chin. Why not Texas? It's a great state, and I haven't been there in a while. I miss that ball Clint, Cole, and Casey do every year for their uncle. It'll be good to see them, especially since Alyssa is expecting again. But that's not why you're going to Texas, and you know it, Megan. Well, can you look me in the eyes and say you don't plan to set 1 foot in Forbes? She tilted her head to look at him. No, I can't say that because I do. Why? Megan wondered how she could get him to understand. Why not? These are my relatives. You are paying me to handle this investigation, he countered. She tried not to notice how he filled the entrance to her kitchen. It suddenly looked small, as if there was barely any space. Yes, and I asked to go to Forbes with you. It's important for me to be there when you find out if I have more relatives. But you have this stupid rule about working alone. Damn it, Megan. When you hired me, you never told me you would get involved. She crossed her arms over her chest. I hadn't planned on getting involved. However, knowing I might have more kin out there changes everything. Why can't you understand that? Rico ran a frustrated hand down his face. In a way, he did. He would never forget that summer day when his mother had brought a 15-year-old girl into their home and introduced her as Jessica, their sister. Savannah had been 16, and he had been 19, a sophomore in college. It hadn't mattered to him that he hadn't known about Jessica before that time. Just the announcement that he had another sister had kicked his brotherly instincts into gear. I do understand, Megan, he said in a calm voice. But still, there are things that I need to handle. Things I need to check out before anyone else can become involved. She lifted a brow. Things like what? Rico drew in a deep breath. Maybe he should have leveled with her yesterday. But there were things that had come up in his report on Rafel that he needed to confirm were fact or fiction. So far, everything negative about Rafel had turned out not to be true in Dylan's investigation. Rico wanted his final report to be as factual as possible, and he needed to do more research of the town's records. She poured a cup of coffee for herself, and one for him as well. What's wrong, Rico? Is there something you're not telling me? He saw the worry in her eyes as he accepted his coffee. Look, this is my investigation. I told you that I was able to track down information on Clarice and the fact that she might have given birth to a child. That's all I know for now, Megan. Anything else is hearsay. Hearsay like what? I'd rather not say. After taking a sip of coffee, she said, "You're being evasive." He narrowed his gaze. "I'm being thorough. If you want to go to Texas to visit Clint and Alyssa, then fine. But what I don't need is you turning up where you don't need to be." "Where I don't need to be?" she growled. "Yes. I have a job to do, and I won't be able to do it with you close by. I won't be able to concentrate." "Men," Megan said, stiffening her spine. "Do you all think it's about you? I have brothers and male cousins, plenty of them. I know how you operate. You want one woman one day and another woman the next. Get over it already, please." Rico just stared at her. "And you think it's that simple?" "Yes. I'm Zane and Derringer's sister, Riley, Canyon, and Stern's cousin. I see them. I watch them. I know their M.O. Derringer has been taken out of the mix by marrying Lucia, thank goodness. But the rest of them, and now the twins, oh my God, are following in their footsteps. You see, you do. But not me. You, Rico Claiborne, assume just because you want me that you're going to get me. What was your warning? If we go somewhere together alone, that you're going to have me? Who are you supposed to be? Don't I have a say-so in this matter? What if I told you that I don't want you?" Rico just stared at her. "Then I would say you're lying to yourself. You want me. You might not realize it, but you want me. I see it every time you look at me. Damn, Megan, admit there's a strong attraction between us." She rolled her eyes. "Okay, I find you attractive. But I find a lot of men attractive, no big deal." "And are you sending out the same vibes to them that you're sending to me?" he asked in a deep, husky voice. Megan recalled that Pam had said something about vibes. Was she sending them out to him without realizing she was doing so? No, she couldn't be. Because right now she wasn't feeling desire for him. She was feeling anger at him for standing there and making such an outlandish claim. But still, she would have to admit that her heart was pounding furiously in her chest, and parts of her were quivering inside. So could he be right about those vibes? No, she refused to believe it. Like she'd told him, she'd seen men in operation. Zane probably had a long list of women he wanted who he imagined were sending out vibes. From the first, Rico had come across as a man who knew how to control any given situation, which was why she figured he was the perfect person for the job she'd hired him to do. So what was his problem now? If he did want her, then surely the man could control his urges. "Look, I assure you, I can handle myself, and I can handle you, Rico," she said. "All of my senses are intact, and you can be certain lust won't make me lose control. And nothing you or any man can say or do will place me in a position where I will lose my self-control." The men who thought so didn't call her Iceberg Megan for nothing. "You don't think so?" Rico challenged her. "You aren't made of stone. You have feelings. I can tell that you're a very passionate woman, so consider your words carefully." She chuckled, as if what he'd said was a joke. "Passionate? Me?" "Yes, you. When I first looked at you at the wedding reception, and our gazes connected, the air between us was bristling with so much sexual energy. I'm sure others felt it," he said silkily. "Are you going to stand there and claim you didn't feel it?" Megan gazed down into her coffee and erased her smile. Oh, she remembered that day. Yes, she'd felt it. It had been like a surge of sexual, electrical currents that had consumed the space between them. It had happened again, too, every time she saw him looking at her. Until now, she'd assumed she had imagined it. But his words confirmed he had felt the connection as well. After that night at the wedding, she'd gone to bed thinking about him, and had thought of him several nights after that. What she'd felt had bothered her, and she had talked to Gemma about it. Some of the things her married sister had shared with her she hadn't wanted to hear, mainly because Megan was a firm believer in self-control. everybody had it, and everybody could manage it, regardless of how attracted she was to Rico. She had self-control down pat. Hers was unshakable. She'd had to learn self-control from the day she was told she would never see her parents again. She would never forget how Dylan and Ramsey sat her down at the age of 12 and told her that not only her parents, but also her aunt and uncle, whom she'd adored, had been killed in a plane crash. Dylan and Ramsey had assured her that they would keep the family together and take care of everyone, although the youngest, Bain and Bailey, were both under 9 at the time. On that day, Ramsey had asked her to stay strong and in control. As the oldest girl in the Denver Westmoreland family, they had depended on her to help Gemma and Bailey through their grief. That didn't mean she didn't need to put her own grief aside, but it had meant that in spite of her grief, she'd had to be strong for the others. And she had. When the younger ones would come to her crying, she was the one who would comfort them, regardless of the circumstances or her emotions. The ability to become emotionally detached, to stay in control, was how she'd known being an anesthesiologist was her calling. She went into surgery knowing some patients wouldn't make it through. Although she assured the patient of her skill in putting them to sleep, she never promised they would pull through. That decision was out of her hands. Some of the surgeons had lost patients, and, in a way, she'd felt she'd lost them as well. But no matter what, she remained in control. Drawing in a deep breath, she eyed Rico. "You might have a problem with control, but I don't. I admit I find you desirable, but I can regulate my emotions. I can turn them on and off when I need to, Rico. Don't worry that I'll lose my control one day and jump your bones, because it won't happen. There's not that much desire in the world." Rico shook his head. "You honestly believe that, don't you?" She placed her coffee cup on the counter. "Honestly believe what?" "That you can control a desire as intense as ours." "Yes, why wouldn't I?" "I agree that certain desires can be controlled, Megan. But I'm trying to tell you what you refuse to acknowledge or accept. Desire as intense as ours can't always be controlled. What we have isn't normal." She bunched her forehead. "Not normal? That's preposterous." Rico knew then that she really didn't have a clue. This was no act. He could stand here until he was blue in the face, and she still wouldn't understand. "What I'm trying to say, Megan," he said slowly, trying not to let frustration get the best of him, "is that I feel a degree of desire for you that I've never felt for any woman before." She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him. "Should I get excited or feel flattered about it?" He gritted his teeth. "Look, Megan." "No, you look, Rico," she said, crossing the room to stand in front of him. "I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I don't. I admitted that I'm attracted to you as well. Okay, I'll admit it again. But on that same note, I'm also telling you I won't lose control over it. For crying out loud, there are more important things in life than sexual attraction, desire, and passion. It's not about all of that." "Isn't it?" He paused a moment, trying to keep his vexation in check. And it wasn't helping matters that she was there, standing right in front of him, with a stubborn expression on her face, and looking as beautiful as any woman could. And he picked up her scent, which made him fight to keep a grip on his lust. The woman was driving him mad in so many ways. "Let me ask you something, Megan," he said in a voice he was fighting to keep calm. "When was the last time you were with a man you desired?" Rico's question surprised Megan, and she didn't say anything. Hell, she'd never been with a man she truly desired, because she'd never been with a man, period. She had dated guys in high school, college, and even doctors at the hospital. Unfortunately, they'd all had one thing in common. They had reminded her too much of her player card-toting brothers and cousins, even hitting on her using some of the same lines she'd heard her family use. And a few bold ones had even had the nerve to issue ultimatums. She had retaliated by dropping those men like hot potatoes, just to show she really didn't give a royal damn. They said she was cold and couldn't be thawed, and that's when they'd started calling her Iceberg Megan. Didn't bother her any, because none of those men had gotten beyond the first boring kiss. She was who she was, and no man, coming or going, would change it. "I'm waiting on an answer," Rico said, interrupting her thoughts. She gazed up at him and frowned. "Wait on. I don't intend to give you an answer because it's none of your business." He nodded. "All right. You claim you can control the passion between us, right?" "Yes." "Then I want to see how you control this." The next thing Megan knew, Rico had reached out, pulled her into his embrace, and swooped his mouth down onto hers. Desire that had been lingering on the edges was now producing talons that were digging deep into Megan's skin and sending heated lust all through her veins, and making her act totally out of control. He parted her lips with his tongue, and instead of immediately going after her tongue, he rolled the tip around, as if on a tasting expedition. Then he gradually tasted more of it until he had captured it all. And when she became greedy, he pulled back and gave her just the tip again. Then they played the tongue game over and over again. She felt something stir within her that had never stirred before while kissing a man. But then no man had ever kissed her like this, or played mouth games with her this way. He was electrifying her cells, muddling her brain as even more desire skittered up her spine. She tried steadying her emotions, regaining control when she felt heat flooding between her thighs, but she couldn't help but release a staggering moan. Instead of unlocking their mouths, he intensified the kiss, as his tongue, holding hers in a dominant grip, began exploring every part of her mouth, with strokes so sensual her stomach began doing somersaults. She felt her senses tossed in a number of wild spins, and surprised herself when she wrapped her arms around his neck and began running her fingers through the softness of his hair, absently curling a strand around her finger. She could taste the hunger in his kiss, the passion and the desire. Her emotions were smoldering and blocking every single thought from her already chaotic mind. The man was lapping up her mouth, and each stroke was getting hotter and hotter, filling her with emotions she had pushed aside for years. Was he ever going to let go of her mouth? Apparently no time soon. This kiss was making her want to do things she'd never done before. Touch a man, run her hands all over him, check out that huge erection pressing against her belly. She felt his hands rest on her backside, urging her closer to his front, and she shifted her hips to accommodate what he wanted. She felt the nipples of her breasts harden and knew her robe was no barrier against the heat coming from his body. No telling how long they would have stood in the middle of her kitchen, engaged in one hell of a feverish kiss, if his cell phone hadn't gone off. They broke apart, and she drew in a much-needed breath and watched him get his phone out of the back pocket of his jeans. She took note of the angry look on his face while he talked, and heard him say to the caller, "I don't want you calling me." He then clicked off the line without giving the person a chance to respond. She tensed at the thought that the person he'd just given the brush off was a woman. Megan lifted her chin. "Maybe you should have taken that call." He glanced over at her while stuffing his phone back into the pocket of his jeans. She watched as his hazel eyes became a frosty green. "I'll never take that call." She released a slow, steady breath, feeling his anger as if it were a personal thing. She was glad it wasn't directed at her. She wondered what the woman had done to deserve such animosity from him. At the moment, Megan didn't care, because she had her own problems. Rico Claiborne had made her lose control. He had kissed her, and she had kissed him back, and rather enjoyed it. Dread had her belly quaking and her throat tightening when she realized she wasn't an iceberg after all. Rico had effectively thawed her. She drew in a deep breath, furious with herself for letting things get out of hand, when she'd boasted and bragged about the control she had. All it had taken was one blazing kiss to make a liar out of her. It was a fluke. It had to be. He had caught her off guard. She didn't enjoy kissing him as much as she wanted to think she did. Then why was she licking her lips and liking the taste he'd left behind? She glanced over and saw he'd been watching her and was following the movement of her tongue. Her fingers knotted into a fist at her side, and she narrowed her gaze. "I think you need to leave." "No problem. Now that I've proven my point." "You're as passionate as you are beautiful, Megan." "Nothing's changed. I still want you. And now that I've gotten a taste, I want you even more. So take my warning. Don't come to Texas." A part of Megan knew that if she was smart, she would take his warning. But the stubborn part of her refused to do so. "I'm going to Texas, Rico." He didn't say anything for a long moment, just stood there and held her gaze. Finally, he said, "Then I guess I'll be seeing you at some point while you're there. Don't say I didn't warn you." Rico strode away, and before opening the door to leave, he grabbed his jacket off the coat rack. He turned, smiled at her, winked, and then opened the door and walked out. Megan took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She had a feeling that her life, as she had always known it, would never, ever be the same. Heaven help her. She had tasted passion, and already she was craving more. Chapter 4. Upon arriving at Megan's place early Friday morning, Ramsay glanced down at the 2 overpacked traveling bags that sat in the middle of her living room. "Hey, you're planning on coming back, aren't you?" he asked, chuckling. Megan smiled and tapped a finger to her chin. I guess I will eventually. And those bags aren't that bad." "They aren't? I bet I'll strain my back carrying them out to the truck. And how much you want to bet they're both overweight, and you'll pay plenty when you check them in at the airport?" "Probably, but that's fine. A lot of it is baby stuff I bought for Alyssa. She's having a girl, and you know how I like buying all that frilly stuff." He would know, since his 2-year-old daughter, Susan, had been the first female born to the Denver Westmorelands since Bailey. Megan simply adored her niece, and would miss her while away in Texas. She looked up at Ramsay, her oldest brother, the one she most admired along with her cousin Dylan. "Ram?" He looked over at her after taking a sip of the coffee she'd handed him as soon as he'd walked through the door. "Yes?" "I was a good kid while growing up, wasn't I? I didn't give you and Dylan any trouble, right?" He grinned, reached out and pulled one of her curls. "No, sport, you didn't give us any trouble. You were easier to handle than Bailey, the twins, and Bane. But everyone was easier than those 4. He paused a moment and added, "And unlike a lot of men with sisters, I never once had to worry about guys getting their way with the 3 of you. You, Gemma, and Bale did a good job of keeping the men in line yourselves. If a guy became a nuisance, you 3 would make him haul ass the other way. Dylan and I got a chuckle out of it each and every time. Especially you. I think you enjoyed giving the guys a hard time." She playfully jabbed him in the ribs. "I did not." He laughed. "Could have fooled us." He grabbed her close for a brotherly hug. "At one time, we thought you were sweet on Charlie Bristol when you were a senior in high school. We knew for a fact he was sweet on you. But according to Riley, he was too scared to ask you out." Megan smiled over at him as she led him to the kitchen. She remembered Charlie Bristol. He used to spend the summers with one of his aunts who lived nearby. "He was nice and cute." "But you wouldn't give him the time of day," he said, sitting down at the table. Ramsay was right. She hadn't. She recalled having a crush on Charlie for a quick second, but she'd been too busy helping out with Gemma and Bailey to think about boys. "I'm gonna miss you, sport," Ramsay said, breaking into her thoughts. Megan smiled over at him as she joined him at the table. "And I'm gonna miss you as well. Other than being with Gemma during the time she was giving birth to CJ, and visiting Delaney those 2 weeks in Tehran, this is the first real vacation I've taken, and the longest. I'll be away from the hospital for a full month." "How will they make it without you?" Ramsay teased. "I'm sure they'll find a way." Even while attending college, she'd stayed pretty close to home, not wanting to go too far away. For some reason, she'd felt she was needed. But then, she'd always felt helpless during Bailey's years of defiance. She'd tried talking to her baby sister, but it hadn't done any good. She'd known that Bailey's, the twins, and Bane's acts of rebellion were their way of handling the grief of losing their parents. But still, at the time, she'd wished she could do more. "Ram, can I ask you something?" He chuckled. "Another question?" He faked a look of pain before saying, "Okay, I guess one more wouldn't hurt." "Do you think having control of your emotions is a bad thing?" She swallowed tightly as she waited for his answer. He smiled at her. "Having too much self-control isn't healthy, and it can lead to stress. Everyone needs to know how to let loose, release steam, and let their hair down every once in a while." Megan nodded. Releasing steam wasn't what she was dealing with. Letting go of a buildup of sexual energy was the problem, and that kiss the other day hadn't helped matters any. She hadn't seen Rico since then, and she knew he'd already left for Texas. She'd been able to get that much out of Riley when he'd dropped by yesterday. "So it's okay to get a little wild every once in a while?" He chuckled. "Yes, I think it is, as long as you're not hurting anyone." He paused a second and then asked, "You're planning to enjoy yourself while you're in Texas, right?" "Yes, but as you know, it won't be all fun, Ram." Ramsey and Dylan were the only ones she'd told the real reason why she was going to Texas. They also knew she had asked Rico to take her with him, and he'd refused. Of course, she hadn't told them what he'd told her as the reason behind his refusal. She'd only told them Rico claimed he preferred working alone and didn't need her help in the investigation. Neither Dylan nor Ramsey had given their opinions about anything, because she hadn't asked for them. The don't ask, don't tell rule was one Dylan and Ramsey implemented for the Westmorelands, who were independent adults. "You can do me a favor, though, sport," he said in a serious tone. She lifted an eyebrow. "What?" "Don't be too hard on Rico for not wanting to take you along. You're paying him to do a job, and he wants to do it." Megan rolled her eyes. "And he will, but I want to be there. I could help." "Evidently he doesn't want your help." Yes, but he does want something else, Megan thought. She could just imagine what her brother would think if he knew the real reason Rico didn't want her in Texas. But then, Ramsey was so laid back, it probably wouldn't faze him. He'd known for years how Calumet felt about Gemma, but he'd also known his sisters could handle their business without any interference from their big brothers unless it became absolutely necessary. "But what if there are other Westmorelands somewhere?" she implored. "I told you what Rico said about Clarice having a baby." "Then Rico will find out information and give it to you to bring to us, Megan. Let him do his job. And another thing." "Yes?" "Rico is a good guy. I like him. So do the rest of the Westmorelands. I judge a man by a lot of things, and one is how he treats his family. He evidently is doing something right because Jessica and Savannah think the world of their brother." Megan leaned back in her chair and frowned. "Is there a reason you're telling me that?" Ramsey was silent for a moment as he stared at her. Then a slow smile touched his lips. "I'll let you figure that one out, Megan." She nodded and returned his smile. "Fair enough. And about that self-control we were discussing earlier?" "Yes, what about it?" he asked. "It is essential at times," she said. "I agree, it is. At times. But I'm finding out I might not have as much as I thought. That's not a bad thing, right, Ram?" Ramsey chuckled. "No, sport. It's just a part of being human." Rico had just finished eating his dinner at one of the restaurants in Forbes when his cell phone vibrated. Standing, he pulled it out of his back pocket. "This is Rico." "Our father called me." Rico tensed when he heard Savannah's voice. He sat back down and leaned back in his chair. "He called me as well, but I didn't give him a chance to say anything," he said, trying to keep his anger in check. "Same here. I wonder what he wants, and I hope he doesn't try contacting Jessica. How long has it been now? Close to 18 years? "Just about." I couldn't reach Jessica today, but I did talk to Chase. He said Jess hadn't mentioned anything about getting a call from Jeff Claiborne, and I think if she had, she would have told him," said Rico. "Well, I don't want him upsetting her. She's pregnant." "And you have a lot on your hands with a new baby," he reminded her. "Yes, but I can handle the likes of Jeff regardless. But I'm not sure Jessica can, though. It wasn't our mother who committed suicide because of him." "I agree." "Where are you?" Savannah asked him. "Forbes, Texas. Nice town." "Are you on a work assignment?" "Yes, for Megan," he replied, taking a sip of his beer. "Is she there with you?" Rico's eyebrows shot up. "No. Should she be?" "Just asking." "Well, I'll be talking with Savannah," he said in that particular tone when he knew she was up to something. "Why would you think Megan was here with me? I don't work that way." "Yes, but I know the two of you are attracted to each other." He took another sip of his beer. "Are we?" "Yes. I noticed at Micah's wedding. I think everyone did." "Did they?" "Yes, Rico, and you're being evasive." He laughed. "And you're being nosy." "Where's Durango?" he asked, changing the subject. "Outside giving Sarah her writing lessons." "Tell him I said hello and give my niece a hug." "I will. And Rico?" "Yes?" "I like Megan. Jess does too." Rico didn't say anything for a long moment. He took another sip of his beer as he remembered the kiss they'd shared a couple of days ago. "Good to hear, because I like her too. Now, goodbye." He clicked off the phone before his sister could grill him. Glancing around the restaurant, he saw it had gotten crowded. The hotel had recommended this place, and he was glad they had. They had served good Southern food, the tastiest. But nothing he ate, no matter how spicy, could eradicate Megan's taste from his tongue. And personally, he had no problem with that, because what he'd said to Savannah was true. He liked Megan. A capricious smile touched his lips, probably too damn much. He was about to signal the waitress for his check when his phone rang. He hoped it wasn't Savannah calling back being nosy. He sighed in relief when he saw it was Martin Felder, a friend who'd once worked with the FBI years ago, but was now doing freelance detective work. He was an ace when it came to internet research. "Sorry, I meant to call you earlier, Rico, but I needed to sing Anna to sleep." Rico nodded, understanding. Martin had become a single father last year when his wife, Marcia, had died from pancreatic cancer. He had pretty much taken early retirement from the bureau to work from home. He had been the one to discover information about Clarice's pregnancy. "No problem. And I can't tell you enough about what a great job you're doing with Anna." "Thanks, Rico. I needed to hear that. She celebrated her 3rd birthday last week, and I wish Marcia could have been here to see what a beautiful little girl we made together. She looks more and more like her mom every day." Martin paused a moment, and then said, "I was on the internet earlier today and picked up this story of a woman celebrating her 100th birthday in Forbes. They were saying how sharp her memory was for someone her age." "What's her name?" Rico asked, sitting up straight in his chair. "Fanny Banks. She's someone you might want to talk to while in town to see if she remembers anything about Clarice Riggins. I'll send the info over to you." "That's a good idea, thanks." Rico hung up the phone and signaled for the waitress. A few moments later, back in his rental car, he was reviewing the information Martin had sent to his iPhone. The woman's family was giving her a birthday party tomorrow, so the earliest he would be able to talk to her would be Saturday. His thoughts shifted to Megan and the look in her eyes when she'd tried explaining why it was so important for her to be there when he found out information on Rayful. Maybe he was being hard-nosed about not letting her help him, and he had given her fair warning about how much he wanted her. They'd kissed, and if she hadn't realized the intensity of their attraction before, that kiss should have clinched it, and definitely opened her eyes. It had definitely opened his, but that's not all it had done. If he'd thought he'd wanted her before, then he was doubly certain of it now. He hadn't slept worth a damn since that kiss, and sometimes he could swear her scent was in the air, even when she wasn't around. He had this intense physical desire for her that he just couldn't kick. Now he had begun to crave her, and that wasn't good. But it was something he just couldn't help. The woman was a full-blown addiction to his libido. He put his phone away, thinking Megan should have arrived at Clint's place by now. It was too late to make a trip to Austin tonight, but he'd head that way early tomorrow, unless he could talk himself out of it overnight. And he doubted that would happen. Chapter 5. "I can't eat a single thing more," Megan said as she looked at all the food Alyssa had placed on the table for breakfast. It wouldn't be so bad if she hadn't arrived yesterday at dinner time to a whopping spread by Chester, Clint's cook, housekeeper, and all-around ranch hand. Megan had met Chester the last time she'd been here, and every meal she'd eaten was to die for. But like she'd said, she couldn't eat a single thing more, and would need to do some physical activities to burn off the calories. Clint chuckled as he helped his wife up from the table. Alyssa said the doctor claimed she wasn't having twins, but Megan wasn't too sure. "Is there anything you need me to do?" she asked Alyssa, when Clint had gotten her settled into her favorite recliner in the living room. Alyssa waved off Megan's offer. "I'm fine. Clint is doing great with Kane," she said of her 3-year-old son, who was the spitting image of his father. "And Aunt Claudine will arrive this weekend." "How long do you think your aunt will visit this time?" Megan asked, as she took the love seat across from Alyssa. "If I have anything to do with it, she won't be leaving," Chester hollered out as he cleared off the kitchen table. Megan glanced over at Clint, and Alyssa only laughed. Then Clint said, "Chester is sweet on Aunt Claudine, but hasn't convinced her to stay here and not return to Waco." "But I think he might have worn her down," Alyssa said, whispering so Chester wouldn't hear. "She mentioned she's decided to put her house up for sale. She told me not to tell Chester because she wants to surprise him." Megan couldn't help but smile. She thought Chester and Alyssa's Aunt Claudine, both in their 60s, would make a nice couple. She bet it was simply wonderful finding love at that age. It would be grand to do so at any age, if you were looking for it, or interested in getting it. She wasn't. "If it's okay, I'd like to go riding around the Golden Glade, especially the South Ridge. I love it there." Clint smiled. "Most people do." He looked lovingly at Alyssa. "We've discovered it's one of our most favorite places on the ranch." Megan watched as Alyssa exchanged another loving look with Clint. She knew the two were sharing a private moment that involved the South Ridge in some way. They made a beautiful couple, she thought. Like all the other Westmoreland males, Clint was too handsome for his own good, and Alyssa, who was even more beautiful while pregnant, was his perfect mate. Seeing the love radiating between the couple, the same she'd witnessed between her cousins and their wives, as well as between her brothers and their wives, made a warm feeling flow through Megan. It was one she'd never felt before. She drew in a deep breath, thinking that feeling such a thing was outright foolish, but she couldn't deny what she'd felt just now. As if remembering Megan was in the room, Clint turned to her, smiled, and said, "Just let Marty know that you want to go riding, and he'll have one of the men prepare a horse for you." "Thanks." Megan decided it was best to give Clint and Alyssa some alone time. Kane was taking a nap, and Megan could make herself scarce real fast. "I'll change into something comfortable for riding." After saying she would see them later, she quickly headed toward the guest room. One part of Rico's mind was putting up one hell of an argument as to why he shouldn't be driving to Austin for Megan. Too bad the other part refused to listen. Right now, the only thing that particular part of his brain understood was his erection throbbing something fierce behind the zipper of his pants. Okay, he knew it shouldn't be just a sexual thing. He shouldn't be allowing all this lust to be eating away at him, practically nipping at his balls. But hell, he couldn't help it. He wanted her, plain and simple. Although there was really nothing plain and simple about it, anticipation made him drive faster than he should. Slow down, Claiborne. Are you willing to get a speeding ticket just because you want to see her again? Yes. He drew in a sharp breath, not understanding it. So he continued driving, and when he finally saw Austin's city limits marker, he felt a strong dose of adrenaline rush through his veins. It didn't matter that he still had a good 20 minutes to go before reaching the Golden Glade Ranch. Nor did it matter that Megan would be surprised to see him, and even more surprised that he would be taking her back with him to Forbes to be there when he talked to Fanny Banks. But he would explain that taking her to meet Fanny Banks would be all he'd let her do. He would return Megan to the Golden Glade while he finished up with the investigation. Nothing had changed on that front. Like he'd told her, he preferred working alone. He checked the clock on the car's dashboard. Breakfast would be over by the time he reached the ranch. Alyssa might be resting, and if Clint wasn't around, then he was probably out riding the range. Rico glanced up at the sky. Clear, blue, and the sun was shining. It was a beautiful day in late September, and he planned to enjoy it. He pressed down on the accelerator. Although he probably didn't need to be in a hurry, he was in one anyway. A short while later, he released a sigh of anticipation when he saw the marker to the Golden Glade Ranch. Smiling, he made a turn down the long, winding driveway toward the huge ranch house. Megan was convinced that the South Ridge pasture of the Golden Glade was the most beautiful land she'd ever seen. The Westmorelands owned beautiful property back in Denver, but this here was just too magnificent for words. She dismounted her horse, and after tying him to a hitching post, she gazed down in the valley where it seemed as though thousands upon thousands of wild horses were running free. The triplets, Clint, Cole, and Casey, had lived on this land with their Uncle Sid while growing up. Sid Roberts had been a legend in his day, first as a rodeo star, and then later as a renowned horse trainer. Megan even remembered studying about him in school. In their uncle's memory, the triplets had dedicated over 3,000 acres of this land along the South Ridge as a reserve. Hundreds of wild horses were saved from slaughter by being shipped here from Nevada. Some were left to roam free for the rest of their days, and others were shipped either to Montana, where Casey had followed in her uncle's footsteps as a horse trainer, or to Denver, where some of her cousins and brothers were partners in the operation. Megan could recall when Zane, Derringer, and Jason had decided to join the partnership that included Clint, their cousin Durango, Casey, and her husband, McKinnon. All of the Westmorelands involved in the partnership loved horses and were experts in handling them. Megan glanced across the way and saw a cabin nestled among the trees. She knew it hadn't been there the last time she'd visited. She smiled, thinking it was probably a lover's hideaway for Clint and Alyssa, and was probably the reason for the secretive smile they'd shared this morning. Going back to the horse, she unhooked a blanket she'd brought and the backpack that contained a book to read and a Ziploc bag filled with the fruit Chester had packed. It didn't take long to find the perfect spot to spread the blanket on the ground and stretch out. She looked up at the sky, thinking it was a gorgeous day and it was nice to be out in it. She enjoyed her job at the hospital, but there was nothing like being out under the wide open sky. She had finished one chapter of the suspense thriller that her cousin, Stone Westmoreland, a.k.a. Rock Mason, had written. She was so engrossed in the book that it was a while before she heard the sound of another horse approaching. Thinking it was probably Clint or one of the ranch hands coming to check on her, to make sure she was okay, she'd gotten to her feet by the time a horse and rider came around the bend. Suddenly, she felt it. Heat sizzling down her spine, fire stirring in her stomach. Her heart began thumping hard in her chest. She'd known that she would eventually run into Rico, but she'd thought it would be when she made an appearance in Forbes. He had been so adamant about her not coming to Texas with him that she'd figure she would have to be the one to seek him out, and not the other way around. Her breasts began tingling, and she could feel her nipples harden against her cotton shirt when he brought his horse to a stop beside hers. Nothing, she thought, was more of a turn-on than seeing a man, especially this particular man, dismount from his horse, with such masculine ease and virile precision, and she wondered if he slid between a woman's legs the same way. She could feel her cheeks redden with such brazen thoughts, and her throat tightened when he began walking toward her. Since it seemed he didn't have anything to say, she figured she would acknowledge his presence. "Rico?" He tilted his hat to her. She thought he looked good in his jeans, chambray shirt, and the Stetson. "Megan?" She drew in a deep breath as he moved toward her. His advance was just as lethal, just as stealthy as a hunter who'd cornered his prey. "Do you know why I'm here?" he asked her in a deep, husky voice. Megan shook her head. "No. You said you wanted to work alone." He smiled, and she could tell it didn't quite reach his eyes. "But you're here, which means you didn't intend on letting me do that." She lifted her chin. "Just pretend I'm not here, and when you see me in Forbes, you can pretend I'm not there." "Not possible," he said throatily, coming to a stop in front of her. Up close, she could see smoldering desire in the depths of his eyes. That should have jarred some sense into her, but it didn't. Instead, it had just the opposite effect. Megan tilted her head back to look up at him, and what she saw almost took her breath away again. Hazel eyes that were roaming all over her, as if they were savoring her. There was no way she could miss the hunger that flared in their depths, making her breath come out in quick gulps. "I think I need to get back to the ranch," she said. A sexy smile touched his lips. "What's the rush?" There was so much heat staring at her that she knew any minute she was bound to go up in flames. "I asked why you're here, Rico." Instead of answering, he reached out and gently cradled her face between his hands and brought his mouth so close to hers that she couldn't keep her lips from quivering. "My answer is simple, Megan. I came for you." He paused a moment and then added, "I haven't been able to forget that kiss and how our tongues tangled while I became enmeshed in your taste. Nothing has changed, other than I think you've become an addiction, and I want you more than before." And then he lowered his mouth to hers. He knew the instant she began to lose control because she started kissing him back, with a degree of hunger and intimacy that astounded him. He wrapped his arms around her waist while they stood there, letting their tongues tangle in a way that was sending all kinds of sensual pulses through his veins. This is what had kept him up at nights, had made him drive almost like a madman through several cities to get here. He had known this would be what awaited him. Never had a single kiss ignited so much sexual pressure within him, made him feel as if he was ready to explode at any moment. She shifted her body closer, settling as intimately as a woman still wearing clothes could get, at the juncture of his legs. The moment she felt his hard erection pressing against her, she shifted her stance to cradle his engorged shaft between her thighs. If he didn't slow her down, he would be hauling her off to that blanket she'd spread on the ground. Thoughts of making love to her here in such a beautiful spot and under such a stunning blue sky were going through his mind. But he knew she wasn't ready for that. She especially wasn't ready to take it to the level he wanted to take it. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt her hand touch the sides of his belt, trying to ease his shirt out of his pants. She wanted to touch some skin, and he had no problems letting her do so. He shifted again, a deliberate move on his part to give her better access to what she wanted, although what she wanted to do was way too dangerous to his peace of mind. It wouldn't take much to push him over the edge. When he felt her tugging at his shirt, pulling it out of his jeans, he deepened the kiss, plunging his tongue farther into her mouth and then flicking it around with masterful strokes. He wasn't a man who took advantage of women, but then he was never one who took them too seriously either, even while maintaining a level of respect for any female he was involved with. But with Megan, that respect went up more than a notch. She was a Westmoreland. So were his sisters. That was definitely a game changer. Although he wanted Megan and intended to have her, he needed to be careful how he handled her. He had to do things decently and in the right order, as much as he could. But doing anything decently and in the right order was not on his mind as he continued to kiss her, as his tongue explored inside her mouth with a hunger that had his erection throbbing. And when she inched her hand beneath his shirt to touch his skin, he snatched his mouth from hers to draw in a deep breath. He held her gaze, staring down at her as the silence between them extended. Her touch had nearly scorched him, it had been so hot. He hadn't been prepared for it, nor had he expected such a reaction to it. He might have reeled in his senses and moved away from her if she hadn't swiped her tongue across his lips. That movement was his downfall, and he felt fire roaring through his veins. He leaned in closer and began licking her mouth from corner to corner, and when she let out a breathless moan, he slid his tongue back inside to savor her some more. Their tongues tangled and dueled, and he held on to her, needing the taste as intense desire tore through him. He knew he had to end the kiss, or it could go on forever. And when her hips began moving against him, rotating against his huge arousal, he knew where things might lead if he didn't end the kiss here and now. He slowly pulled back and let out a breath as his gaze seized her moistened lips. He watched the eyes staring back at him darken to a degree that would have grown hair on his chest if he didn't have any already. "Rico?" Heat was still simmering in his veins, and it didn't help him calm down when she said his name like that. "Yes." "You did it again." He lifted a brow. "What did I do?" "You kissed me." He couldn't help but smile. "Yes, and you kissed me back." She nodded and didn't deny it. "We're going to have to come to some kind of understanding about what we can or cannot do when we're alone." His smile deepened. "That would be interesting." "Okay. You make out that list and we can discuss it." She tilted her head back to look at him. "I'm serious." "So am I. And make sure it's a pretty detailed list, because if something's not on there, I'll be tempted to try it." When she didn't say anything, he chuckled and told her she was being too serious. "You'll feel better after getting dinner. You missed lunch." She shook her head as he led her over to the horses. "I wasn't hungry." He licked his mouth, smiled, and said, Baby, you could have fooled me." Chapter 6. Once they had gotten back to the ranch and dismounted, Rico told the ranch hand who'd come to handle the horses not to bother, that he would take care of them. "You're from Philadelphia, but you act as if you've been around horses all your life," she said, watching him remove the saddles from the animal's back. He smiled over at her across the back of the horse she'd been riding. "In a way, I have. My maternal grandparents own horses, and they made sure Savannah and I took riding lessons and that we knew how to care for one." She nodded. "What about Jessica?" He didn't say anything for a minute, and then said, "Jessica, Savannah, and I share the same father. We didn't know about Jess until I was in college." "Oh." Megan didn't know the full story, but it was obvious from Rico and Savannah's interracial features that the three siblings shared the same father and not the same mother. She had met Rico and Savannah's mother at one of Jessica's baby showers and thought she was beautiful as well as kind. But then Megan had seen the interaction between the three siblings and could tell their relationship was a close one. "You, Jessica, and Savannah are close, I can tell. It's also obvious the three of you get along well." He smiled. "Yes, we do. Especially since I'm no longer trying to boss them around. Now I gladly leave them in the hands of Chase and Durango, and have to admit your cousins seem to be doing a good job of keeping my sisters happy." Megan would have to agree. But then she would say that all the Westmorelands had selected mates that complimented them, and they all seemed so happy together, so well connected. Even Gemma and Callum. She had visited her sister around the time Gemma's baby was due to be born, and Megan had easily felt the love radiating between Gemma and her husband. And Megan knew Callum Jr., or CJ as everyone called him, was an extension of that love. "We'll be leaving first thing in the morning, Megan." She glanced back over at Rico, remembering what he'd said when he'd first arrived. He had come for her. And just where are we supposed to be going? She couldn't help noticing how a beam of light that was shining in through the open barn door was hitting him at an angle that seemed to highlight his entire body. And as weird as it sounded, it seemed like there was a halo over his head. She knew it was a figment of her imagination because the man was no angel. "I'm taking you back to Forbes with me," he said, leading both horses to their stalls. "You did say you wanted to be included when I uncover information about Clarice." She felt a sudden tingling of excitement in her stomach. Her face lit up. "Yes," she said, following him. "You found out something?" "Nothing more than what I told you before. However, my man who's doing internet research came across a recent news article. There's a woman living in Forbes who'll be celebrating her 100th birthday today, and she's lived in the same house for more than 70 of those years. Her address just happens to be within 10 miles of the last known address we have for Clarice. We're hoping she might remember her." Megan nodded. "But the key word is remember. How well do you think a 100-year-old person will be able to remember?" Rico smiled. "According to the article, she credits home remedies for her good health. I understand she still has a sharp memory." "Then I can't wait for us to talk to her." Rico closed the gate behind the horses and turned to face her. "Although I'm taking you along, Megan, I'm still the one handling this investigation." "Of course," she said, looking away, trying her best not to get rattled by his insistence on being in charge. But upon remembering what Ramsay had said about letting Rico do his job without any interference from her, she decided not to make a big deal of it. The important thing was that Rico was including her. He began walking toward the ranch house, and she fell in step beside him. "What made you change your mind about including me?" she asked as she tilted her head up. He looked over at her. "You would have shown up in Forbes eventually, and I decided I'm going to like having you around." Megan stopped walking and frowned up at him. "It's not going to be that kind of party, Rico." She watched how his lips curved in a smile so sensuous that she had to remind herself to breathe. Her gaze was drawn to the muscular expanse of his chest and how the shirt looked covering it. She bet he would look even better shirtless. Her frown deepened. She shouldn't be thinking about Rico without a shirt. It was bad enough that she had shared 2 heated kisses with him. "What kind of party do you think I'm having, Megan?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "I don't know. You tell me." He chuckled. "That's easy because I'm not having a party. You'll get your own hotel room and I'll have mine. I said I wanted you. I also said eventually I'd have you if you came with me. But I'll let you decide when. It won't happen. Just because we shared 2 enjoyable kisses and so you did enjoy them, huh?" She wished she could swipe that smirk off his face. She shrugged. "They were okay." He threw his head back and laughed. "Just okay? Then I guess I better improve my technique the next time." She nibbled on her bottom lip, thinking if he got any better, she would be in big trouble. "Don't do that." She raised a brow. "Don't do what?" "Nibble on your lip that way, or else I'm tempted to improve my technique right here and now." Megan swallowed, and as she stood there and stared up at him, she was reminded of how his kisses could send electrical currents racing through her with just a flick of his tongue. "I like it when you do that." "Do what?" "Blush. I guess guys didn't ever talk to you that way, telling you what they wanted to do to you." She figured she might as well be honest with him. "No." "Then may I make a suggestion, Megan?" She liked hearing the sound of her name from his lips. "What?" "Get used to it." Rico sat on a bar stool in the kitchen while talking to Clint. However, he was keeping Megan in his peripheral vision. When they'd gotten back to the house, Clint had been eager to show Rico a beauty of a new stallion he was about to send to his sister Casey to train, and Alyssa wanted to show Megan how she'd finished decorating the baby's room that morning. Kane was awake, and, like most 3-year-olds, He wanted to be the life of the party and hold everyone's attention. He was doing so without any problems. He spoke well for a child his age, and was already riding a horse like a pro. Rico had admired the time Clint had spent with his son, and could see the bond between them. He thought about all the times he had wished his father could have been home more, and hadn't been. Luckily, his grandfather had been there to fill the void when his father had been living a double life. Megan had gone upstairs to take a nap, and by the time he'd seen her again, it had been time for dinner. She had showered and changed, and the moment she had come down the stairs, it had taken everything he had to keep from staring at her. She was dressed in a printed flowing skirt and a blouse that showed what a nice pair of shoulders she had. He thought she looked refreshed and simply breathtaking, and his reaction upon seeing her reminded him of how it had been the first time he had seen her. That day 3 months ago. "Rico," Clint said, snapping his fingers in front of his face. Rico blinked. "Sorry, my mind wandered there for a minute." "Evidently," Clint said, grinning. "How about if we go outside where we can talk without your mind wandering so much?" Rico chuckled, knowing Clint knew full well where his concentration had been. "Fine," he said, grabbing his beer off the counter. Moments later, while sitting in rocking chairs in the wraparound porch, Clint had brought Rico up to date on the horse breeding and training business. Several of the horses would be running in the Kentucky Derby and Preakness in the coming year. "So how are things going with the investigation?" Clint asked when there was a lull in the conversation. "Megan mentioned to Alyssa something about an old lady in Forbes who might have known Clarice?" "Yes, I'm making plans to interview her in a few days, and Megan wants to be there when I do." Rico spent the next few minutes telling Clint what the news article had said about the woman. "Well, I hope things work out," Clint said. "I know how it is when you discover you have family you never knew about, and I guess Megan is feeling the same way. If it hadn't been for my mother's deathbed confession, Cole, Casey, and I wouldn't have known that our father was alive. Even now, I regret the years I missed by not knowing." Clint stood and stretched. "Well, I'm off to bed now. Will you and Megan at least stay for breakfast before taking off tomorrow?" Rico stood as well. "Yes. Nothing like getting on the road with a full stomach, and I'm sure Chester is going to make certain we have that." Clint chuckled. "Yes, I'm certain as well. Good night." By the time they went back into the house, it was quiet and dark, which meant Alyssa and Megan had gone to bed. Rico hadn't been aware that he and Clint had talked for so long. It was close to midnight. Clint's ranch house was huge. What Rico liked most about it was that it had 4 wings jutting off from the living room, north, south, east, and west. He noted that he and Megan had been given their own private wing, the west wing, and he couldn't help wondering if that had been intentional. He slowed his pace when he walked past the guest room Megan was using. The door was closed, but he could see light filtering out from the bottom, which meant she was still up. He stopped and started to knock, and then decided against it. It was late, and he had no reason to want to seek her out at this hour. "Of course, I can think of several reasons," he muttered, smiling as he entered the guest room he was using. He wasn't feeling tired or sleepy, so he decided to work a while on his laptop. Rico wasn't sure how long he had been sitting at the desk, going through several online sites, piecing together more information about Fanny Banks, when he heard the opening and closing of the door across the hall, in the room Megan was using. He figured she had gotten up to get a cup of milk or tea. But when moments passed and he didn't hear her return to her room, he decided to find out where she'd gone and what she was doing. Deciding not to turn on any lights, he walked down the hall in darkness. When he reached the living room, he glanced around before heading for the kitchen. There, he found her standing in the dark and looking out the window. From the moonlight coming in through the glass, he could tell she was wearing a bathrobe. Deciding he didn't want to startle her, he made his presence known. "Couldn't you sleep?" She swung around. What are you doing up? He leaned in the doorway with his shoulder propped against a wall. I was basically asking you the same thing. She paused a moment and didn't say anything, and then said, I tried sleeping but couldn't. I kept thinking about my dad. His brows furrowed. Your dad? Yes. This Saturday would have been his birthday, and I'm proud to say I was a daddy's girl, she said, smiling. Were you? She grinned. Yes, big time. I remember our last conversation. It was right before he and Mom got ready to leave for the airport. As usual, the plan was for Mrs. Jones to stay at the house and keep us until my parents returned. He asked that I make sure to help take care of Gemma and Bailey and the twins. Ramsey was away at college. Zane was about to leave for college, and Derringer was in high school. I was 12. She moved away from the window to sit at the table. The only thing was, they never returned. And I didn't do a good job of taking care of Bailey and the twins. Gemma was no problem. Rico nodded. Since getting to know the Denver Westmorelands, he had heard the stories about what badasses Bailey, the twins, and Bain were. And each time he heard those stories, his respect and admiration for Dylan and Ramsey went up a notch. He knew it couldn't have been easy to keep the family together the way they had. I hope you're not blaming yourself for all that stupid stuff they did back then. She shook her head. No, but a part of me wishes I could have done more to help Ramsey with the younger ones. Rico moved to join her at the table, figuring the best thing to do was to keep the conversation going. Otherwise, he would be tempted to pull her out of that chair and kiss her again. Electricity had begun popping the moment their gazes had connected. You were only 12, and you did what you could, I'm sure, he said, responding to what she'd said. Everybody did. But people grieve in different ways. I couldn't imagine losing a parent that young. It wasn't easy. I bet. And then to lose an aunt and uncle at the same time. I have to admire all of you for being strong during that time, considering what all of you were going through. Yes, but think of how much easier it would have been had we known the Atlanta, Montana, and Texas Westmorelands back then. There would have been others, and Dylan and Ramsey wouldn't have had to do it alone. Oh, they would have still fought to keep us together, but they would have had some kind of support system. You know what they say, it takes a village to raise a child. Yes, he'd heard that. That's one of the reasons family is important to me, Rico. You never know when you'll need the closeness and support a family gives to each other. Silence lingered between them for a minute, and then she asked, What about you? Were you close to your parents, your father, while growing up? He didn't say anything for a while. Instead, he got up and walked over to the refrigerator. To answer her question, he needed a beer. He opened the refrigerator and glanced over his shoulder. I'm having a beer. Want one? No, but I'll take a soda. He nodded and grabbed a soda and a beer out of the refrigerator and then closed the door. Returning to the table, he turned the chair around and straddled it. Yes, although my father traveled a lot as a salesman, we were close. And I thought the world of him. He popped the top on his beer, took a huge swig, and then added, But that was before I found out what a two-bit lying con artist he was. He was married to my mother, who was living in Philly, while he was involved with another woman out in California, stringing both of them along and lying through his teeth, making promises he knew he couldn't keep. Rico took another swig of his beer. Jessica's grandfather found out Jeff Claiborne was an imposter and told Jessica's mother and my mother. Hurt and humiliated that she'd given 15 years to a man who'd lied to her, Jessica's mother committed suicide. My mother filed for a divorce. I was in my first year of college. He came to see me, tried to make me think it was all Mom's fault, and said, as males, he and I needed to stick together. and that Mom wouldn't divorce him if I put in a good word for him. Rico stared into his beer bottle, remembering that time, but more importantly, remembering that day. He glanced back at her. That day, he stopped being my hero and the man I admired most. It was bad enough that he'd done wrong and wouldn't admit to it. But to involve me and try to pit me against Mom was unacceptable. Rico took another swig of his beer. A long one this time. He rarely talked about that time in his life. Most people who knew his family knew the story, and chances were that Megan knew it already since she was friends with both of his sisters. She reached out and took his hand in hers, and he felt a deep stirring in his groin as they stared at each other, while the air surrounding them became charged with a sexual current that sent sparks of desire through his body. He knew she felt it as well. I know that must have been a bad time for you, but that just goes to show how a bad situation can turn into a good one. That's what happened for you, Savannah, and Jessica once the three of you found out about each other, right? Yes, that part of the situation had turned out well, because he couldn't imagine not having Jessica and Savannah in his life. But still, whenever he thought of how Jessica had lost her mother, he would get angry all over again. Yet he said, "Yes, you're right." She smiled and released his hand. I've been known to be right a few times. For some reason, he felt at ease with her, more at ease than he'd felt with any other woman. Why they were sitting here in the dark, he wasn't sure. In addition to the sexual current in the room, there was also a degree of intimacy to this conversation that was ramping up his libido, reminding him of how long it had been since he'd slept with a woman. And when she had reached out and touched his hand, that hadn't helped matters. He studied her while she sipped on her soda. Even with the sliver of light shining through the window from the outside, he could see the smooth skin of her face, a beautiful shade of mocha. She glanced over at him, caught him staring, and he felt thrumming need escalate all through him. He'd kissed her twice now, and could kiss her a dozen more times and be just as satisfied. But at some point he would want more. He intended to get more. She had been warned, and she hadn't heeded his warning. The attraction between them was too great. He wouldn't make love to her here, but they would make love. That was a given. However, he would take another kiss, one that would let her know what was to come. She stood. I think I'll go back to bed and try to sleep. You did say we were leaving early, right? She asked, walking over to the garbage with her soda can. Yes, right after breakfast. He didn't say anything, but his gaze couldn't help latching onto her backside. Even with her bathrobe on, he could tell her behind was a shapely one. He'd admired it in jeans earlier that day. On impulse, he asked, You want to go for a ride? She turned around. A ride? Yes, it's a beautiful night outside. A frown tugged at her brow. A ride where? The South Ridge. There's a full moon, and the last time I went there at night with Clint while rounding up horses under a full moon, the view of the canyon was breathtaking. And you want us to saddle horses and... No, he chuckled. We'll take my truck. She stared at him like he couldn't be thinking clearly. Do you know what time it is? He nodded slowly as he held her gaze. Yes, a time when everyone else is sleeping, and we're probably the only two people still awake. She tilted her head, and her gaze narrowed. Why do you want me to take a ride with you at this hour, Rico? He decided to be honest. Because I want to take you someplace where I can kiss you all over. Chapter 7. The lower part of Megan's stomach quivered, and she released a slow breath. What he was asking her, and pretty darn blatantly, was to go riding with him to the South Ridge where they could park and make out. They were too old for that sort of thing, weren't they? Evidently, he didn't think so, and he was a lot older than she was. And what had he said about kissing her all over? Did he truly know what he was asking of her? She needed to be sure. "Do you know what you were asking me when you asked me to go riding with you?" A smile that was too sexy it could be patented touched his lips. "Yeah." Well, she'd gotten her answer. He had kissed her twice, and now wanted to move to the next level. What had she really expected from a man who told her he wanted her and intended to have her? In that case, she had news for him. 2 kisses didn't mean a thing. She had let her guard down and released a little of her emotional control, but that didn't mean she would release any more. Whenever he kissed her, she couldn't think straight, and she considered doing things that weren't like her. She stood there and watched his hazel eyes travel all over her, roaming up and down. When his gaze moved upward and snagged hers, the very air between them crackled with an electrical charge that had certain parts of her tingling. "Are you afraid of me, Megan?" he asked softly. Their gazes held for one searing moment. No, she wasn't afraid of him per se, but she was afraid of the things he had the ability to make her feel, afraid of the desires he could stir in her, afraid of how she could lose control around him. How could she make him understand that being in control was a part of her that she wasn't ready to let go of yet? She shook her head. "No, I'm not afraid of you, Rico. But you say things and do things I'm not used to. You once insinuated that my brothers and cousins might have sheltered me from the realities of life, and I didn't agree with you. I still don't. But I will say that I, of my own choosing, decided not to take part in a lot of things other girls were probably into. I like being my own person and not following the crowd." He nodded, and she could tell he was trying to follow her, so she wasn't surprised when he asked, "And?" "And I've never gone parking with a guy before." There, she'd said it. Now he knew what he was up against. But when she saw the unmistakable look of deep hunger in his eyes, her heart began pounding, fast and furious. Then he asked, "Are you saying no guy has ever taken you to Lover's Lane?" Why did his question have to sound so seductive, and why did she feel like her nerve endings were being scorched? "Yes, that's what I'm saying. And it was my decision and not theirs." He smiled. "I can believe that." "I saw it as a waste of time." She broke eye contact with him to look at his feet. They were bare. She'd seen men's feet before, plenty of times. With as many cousins and brothers as she had, she couldn't miss seeing them. But Rico's were different. They were beautiful, but manly. "Did you?" She glanced back up at him. "Yes, it was a waste of time because I wasn't into that sort of thing." "You weren't?" She shook her head. "No, I'm too in control of my emotions." "Yet you let go a little when we kissed," he reminded her. And she wished she hadn't. "Yes, but I can't do that too often." He got up from the table and she swallowed deeply while watching him cross the floor and walk over to her on those beautiful but manly bare feet. He came to a stop in front of her, reached out and took her hand. She immediately felt that same sexual charge she'd felt when she'd taken his hand earlier. "Yet you did let go with me." Yes, and that's what worried her. Why with him and only him? Why not with Dr. Thad Miller or Dr. Otis Wells, or any of the doctors who'd been trying for years to engage her in serious or not-so-serious affairs? "Megan." "Yes?" "Would you believe me if I were to say I would never intentionally hurt you?" "Yes." She could believe that. "And would it help matters if I let you set the pace?" he asked, huskily, in a voice that stirred things inside of her. "What do you mean?" "You stay in control, and I'll only do what you allow me to do, and nothing more." She suddenly felt a bit disoriented. What he evidently didn't quite yet understand was that he was a threat to her self-imposed control. But then, hadn't Ramsay said that she should let loose, be wild, release steam, and let her hair down every once in a while? But did that necessarily mean being reckless? "Megan." She stared up at him, studying his well-defined features. Handsome, masculine, refined, strong, controlled. But was he really controlled? His features were solid, unmovable. The idea that perhaps he shared something in common with her was a lot to think about. In the meantime, taking a ride with him couldn't hurt anything. She couldn't sleep, and perhaps getting out and letting the wind hit her face would do her some good. He did say he would let her be in control, and she believed him. Although he had a tendency to speak his mind, he didn't come across as the type of man who would force himself on any woman. Besides, he knew her brothers and cousins and was friends with them. His sisters were married to Westmorelands, and he wouldn't dare do anything to jeopardize those relationships. "Okay, I'll go riding with you, Rico. Give me a minute to change clothes." Rico smiled the moment he and Megan stepped outside. He hadn't lied. It was a beautiful night. He'd always said if he ever relocated from Philadelphia, he would consider moving to Texas. It wasn't too hot, and it wasn't too cold most of the time. He had fallen in love with the Lone Star State that first time he'd gone hunting and fishing with his grandfather. His grandparents had never approved of his mother's marriage, but that hadn't stopped them from forging a relationship with their grandchildren. "There's a full moon tonight," Megan said when he opened the SUV's door for her. "Yes, and you know what they say about a full moon, don't you?" She rolled her eyes. "If you're trying to scare me, please don't. I've been known to watch scary movies and then be too afraid to stay at my own place. I've crashed over at Ramsey's or Dillon's at times because I was afraid to go home." He wanted to tell her that if she got scared tonight, she could knock on his bedroom door and join him there at any time, but he bit back the words. "Well, then I won't scare you," he said, grinning as he leaned over to buckle her seatbelt. She had changed into a pretty dress that buttoned up the front. There were a lot of buttons, and his fingers itched to tackle every last one of them. And he thought she smelled good, something sweet and sensual, with an allure that had him wanting to do more than buckle her seatbelt. He pulled back. "Is that too tight?" "No, it's fine." He heard the throatiness in her voice and wondered if she was trying to downplay the very thing he was trying to highlight. "All right." He closed the door and then moved around the front of the truck to get in the driver's side. "If it wasn't for that full moon, it would be pitch black out here." He smiled. "Yes, you won't be able to see much, but what I'm going to show you is beautiful. That's why Clint had that cabin built near there. It's a stunning view of the canyon at night, and whenever there's a full moon, the glow reflects off certain boulders, which makes the canyon appear to light up. I can't wait to see it." "And I can't wait to taste you again," he thought, as he kept his hand firmly on the steering wheel, or else he'd be tempted to reach across, lift the hem of her dress, and stroke her thigh. When it came to women, his manners were usually impeccable. However, around Megan he was tempted to touch, feel, and savor. He glanced over at her when he steered the truck around a bend. She was gnawing on her bottom lip, which meant she was nervous. This was a good time to get her talking, about anything, so he decided to let the conversation be about work. Hers. "So, you think they can do without you for 30 days? She glanced over at him and smiled. "That's the same thing Ramsey asked. No one is irreplaceable, you know." "What about all those doctors who were pining for you?" She rolled her eyes. "Evidently, you didn't believe me when I said I don't date much. Maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but they call me Iceberg Megan behind my back." He jerked his eyes from the road to glance over at her. "Really?" "Yes." "Does it bother you?" "Not really. They prefer a willing woman in their beds, and I'm not willing, and their beds are the last places I'd want to be. I don't hesitate to let them know it." "Ouch." "Whatever," she said, waving her hand in the air. "I don't intend to get in any man's bed any time soon." He wondered if she was issuing a warning, and he decided to stay away from that topic. "Why did you decide to become an anesthesiologist?" She leaned back in the seat, getting comfortable. He liked that. "When I got my tonsils out, this man came around to talk to me, saying he would be the one putting me to sleep. He told me all about the wonderful dreams I would have." "And did you?" She looked confused. "Did I what?" Have wonderful dreams. Yes, if you consider dreaming about a promised trip to Disney World a wonderful dream. He started to chuckle, and then he felt the rumble in his stomach when he laughed. She was priceless. Wonderful company. Fun to have around. Did you get that trip to Disney World? Yes, she said with excitement in her voice. It was the best ever, and the first of many trips our family took together. There was the time. He continued driving, paying attention to both the rugged roads and to her. He liked the sound of her voice, and he noticed that more than anything else, she liked talking about her family. She had adored her parents, her uncle and aunt, and she thought the world of her brothers, cousins, and sisters. There were already a lot of Westmorelands, yet she was hoping there were still more. His mother had been an only child, and he hadn't known anything about his father's family. Jeff Claiborne had claimed he didn't have any. Now Rico wondered if that had been a lie like everything else. She gasped. He glanced over at her and followed her gaze through the windshield to look up at the sky. He brought the truck to a stop. What? A shooting star. I saw it. Did you? She nodded and continued to stare up at the sky. Yes. He shifted his gaze to stare back at her. Hurry and make a wish. She closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she reopened them and smiled over at him. Done. He turned the key in the ignition to start the truck back up. I'm glad. Thanks for taking the time to let me do that. Most men would have thought it was silly and not even suggested a wish. He grinned. I'm not like most men. I'm beginning to see that, Mr. Claiborne. He smiled as he kept driving, deciding not to tell her that if the truth be known, she hadn't seen anything yet. Chapter 8. I think this is a good spot, Rico said, bringing the car to a stop. Megan glanced around, not sure just what it was a good spot for, but decided not to ask. She looked over at him and watched as he unbuckled his seatbelt and eased his seat back to accommodate his long legs. She decided to do the same, not that her legs were as long as his, mind you. He was probably 6'4" to her 5'5". When she felt his gaze on her, she suddenly felt heated. She rolled down her window and breathed in the deep scent of bluebonnets, poppies, and, of all things, wild pumpkin. But there was another scent she couldn't ignore, the scent of man, namely the man sitting in the truck with her. Lean toward the dash and look out the windshield. Slowly, she shifted in her seat and did as he instructed. She leaned forward and looked down, and what she saw almost took her breath away. The canyon appeared lit, and she could still see horses moving around, herds of them, beautiful stallions with their bands of mares. Since she and Rico were high up and had the help of moonlight, she saw a portion of the lake. So what do you think of this place, Megan? She glanced over at him. It's beautiful. Quiet. And secluded, she thought, realizing just how alone they were. It didn't take you long to change clothes, he said. She chuckled. A habit you inherit when you have impatient brothers. Zane drove me, Gemma, and Bailey to school every day when he was around, and when he wasn't, the duty fell on Derringer. Rico seemed to be listening, so she kept on talking, telling him bits and pieces about her family, fun times she'd encountered while growing up. She knew they were killing time, and figured he was trying to make sure she was comfortable and not nervous with him. He wanted her to be at ease. For what, she wasn't sure, although he'd told her what he wanted to do, and she'd come anyway. They had kissed twice, so she knew what to expect. But he'd also said he would let her stay in control of the situation. You're hot? She figured he was asking because she'd rolled down the window. I was, but the air is cooler outside than I thought, she said, rolling it back up. She took a deep, steadying breath and leaned forward again, trying to downplay the sexual energies seeping through her bones. He hadn't said much. He'd mainly let her talk and listen to what she'd said. But as she stared down at the canyon again, she felt his presence in an intense way. Megan. Her pulse jumped when he said her name, With a deliberate slowness, she glanced over at him. Yes? I want you over here, closer to me. She swallowed and then took note that she was sort of hugging the door. The truck had bench seats, and there was a lot of unused space separating them. Another body could sit between them comfortably. I thought you'd want your space. I don't. What I want is you. It was what he said as well as how he'd said it that sent all kinds of sensations oozing through her. His voice had a deep, drugging timbre that made her feel as if her skin were being caressed. Without saying anything, she slid across the seat toward him, and he curved his arms around the back of the seat. A little closer won't hurt, he said huskily. She glanced up at him. If I get any closer, I'll end up in your lap. That's the idea. Megan's brows furrowed. He wanted her in his lap? He had to be joking, right? She studied his gaze and saw he was dead serious. Her stomach quivered as they stared at each other. The intensity in the hazel eyes that held her within their scope flooded her with all kinds of feelings, and she was breathless again. Do you recall the first time we kissed, Megan? She nodded. Yes. How on earth could she forget it? Afterward, I lay awake at night remembering how it had been. She was surprised a man would do that. She thought since kisses came by the dozen, they didn't remember one from the next. You did? Yes. You tasted good. She swallowed and felt her bottom lips begin to tremble. Did I? He reached out and traced a fingertip across her trembling lips. Yes. And do you know what else I remembered? No, what? How your body felt pressed against mine, even with clothes on. And of course that made me think of you without any clothes on. Desire filtered through her body. If he was saying these things to weaken her, break down her defenses, corrode her self-control, it was working. Do you say this to all the girls? She asked. A part of her wanted to know, needed to know. He frowned. No. And in a way, that's what bothers me. She knew she shouldn't ask, but couldn't stop herself from doing so. Bothers you how? He hesitated for a moment, broke eye contact with her to look straight ahead out the window. Slowly, methodically, he returned his gaze back to her. I usually don't let women get next to me, but for some reason I'm allowing you to be the exception. He didn't sound too happy about it either, she concluded. But then, wasn't she doing the same thing? She had let him kiss her twice, where most men hadn't made it as far as the first. And then she was here at 2 a.m, sitting in a parked truck with him in Texas. If that wasn't wild, she didn't know what was. You have such warm lips. He could say some of the most overwhelming words, or maybe to her they were overwhelming because no other man had said them to her before. Thanks. You don't have to thank me for compliments. Everything I say is true. I will never lie to you, Megan. For some reason she believed him. But if she wasn't supposed to thank him, what was she supposed to say? What was she supposed to say? She tilted her head back to look at him and wished she hadn't. The intense look in his gaze had deepened, and she felt a stirring inside of her, making her want things she'd never had before. He must have seen something in her eyes, because he whispered, "Come here." And then he lifted her into his arms, twisted his body to stretch his legs out on the seat, and sat her in his lap. Immediately, she felt the thick, hard erection outlined against his zipper and pressed into her backside. That set off a barrage of sensations escalating through her, but nothing was as intense as the sensual strokes she felt at the juncture of her thighs. And then, before she could take her next breath, he leaned down and captured her lips in his. Rico wasn't sure just what there was about Megan that made him want to do this over and over again, mate his mouth with hers in a way that was sending him over the edge, creating more memories that would keep him awake at night. All he knew was that he needed to taste her again like he needed to breathe. In the most primal way, blood was surging through his veins, and desire was slamming through him, scorching his senses and filling him with needs that only she could satisfy. He couldn't help but feel his erection pressing against her, and wishing he could be skin to skin with her. But he knew this wasn't the time or the place. But kissing her here now was essential. His tongue continued to explore her mouth with an intensity that had her trembling in his arms. But he wouldn't let up. It couldn't be helped. There was something between them that he couldn't explain. It was wild and, for him, unprecedented. First, there had been that instant attraction, then the crackling of sexual chemistry. Then, later, after their first kiss, that greedy addiction had him in a parked truck kissing her senseless at 2 a.m. He slowly released her mouth to stare down at her, and saw the glazed look in her eyes. Then he slowly began unbuttoning her shirt dress. The first sign of her bra had him drawing a deep breath of air, which only pulled her scent into his nostrils, a sensuous blend of jasmine and lavender. Her bra had a front clasp, and as soon as his fingers released it, her breasts sprang free. Seeing them made him throb. As he stared down at them, he saw the nipples harden before his eyes, making hunger take over his senses. Releasing a guttural moan, he leaned down and swooped a nipple between his lips and began sucking on it, earnestly. Megan gasped at the contact of his wet mouth on her breast, but then, when the sucking motion of his mouth made her sex clench, she threw her head back and moaned. His tongue was doing the same things to her breasts that it had done inside her mouth, and she wasn't sure she could take it. The strokes were so keen and strong, she could actually feel them between her legs. She reached out and grabbed at his shoulder, and when she couldn't get a firm grip there, she went for his hair, wrapping some of the silky strands around her finger as his mouth continued to work her breasts, sending exquisite sensations ramming through her. But what really pushed her over the edge was when his hand slid underneath her dress to touch her thigh. No man had ever placed his hand underneath her dress. Such a thing could get one killed, if not by her, then surely by her brothers. But her brothers weren't here. She was a grown woman. And when Rico slid his hands higher, touching her in places she'd never been touched, his fingertips making their way to her center, she shamelessly lifted her hips and shifted her legs wider to give him better access. Where was her self-control? It had taken a freaking hike the moment he had touched his mouth to hers. Then he was kissing her mouth again, but she was fully aware of his hand easing up her thigh, easing inside the crotch of her panties to touch her. She almost shot out of his lap at the contact, but he held her tight and continued kissing her as his fingers stroked her, inching toward her pulsating core. He broke off the kiss and whispered, "You feel good here. Hot. Wet. I like my fingers here, touching you this way." She bit down on her lips to keep from saying that she liked his fingers touching her that way as well. Whether intentional or not, he was tormenting her, driving her over the edge with every stroke. She was feeling lightheaded, sensually intoxicated. He was enticing her to lose control, and she couldn't resist. The really sad thing was that a part of her didn't want to resist. "And do you know what's better than touching you here?" he asked. She couldn't imagine. Already she had been reduced to a trembling mess as he continued to stroke her. She gripped his hair tighter and hoped she wasn't causing him any pain. "No, I can't imagine," she whispered, struggling to get the words out. Forcing anything from her lungs was complicated at the moment. "Then let me show you, baby." Her mind had been so focused on his term of endearment that she hadn't realized he had quickly shifted their bodies so her head was away from him, closer to the passenger door. The next thing she knew, he had pushed the rest of her dress aside, eased off her panties, and lifted her hips to place her thighs over his shoulders. He met her gaze once, but it was enough for her to see the smoldering heat in his eyes just seconds before he lowered his head between her legs. Shock made her realize what he was about to do, and she called out his name, "Rico!" But the sound was lost and became irrelevant the moment his mouth touched her core, and his tongue slid between the folds. And when he began stroking her, tasting her, she couldn't help but cry out his name again. "Rico!" He didn't let up as firm hands held her hips steady and a determined mouth licked her like she was a meal he just had to have. She continued to moan as blood gushed through her veins. His mouth was devouring her, driving her over the edge, kicking what self-control remained right out the window. The raw hunger he was exhibiting was sending her senses scurrying in all directions. She closed her eyes as moan after moan after moan tore from her lips. The feelings were intense. Their magnitude was resplendent and stunning. Pleasure coiled within her, then slowly spread open as desire sharpened its claws on her, making her feel things she had never felt before. Sensations she hadn't known were possible. And the feel of his stubble-roughened jaw on her skin wasn't helping her regain control. "Rico," she whispered, I need—" She couldn't finish her thought, because she didn't have a clue what she needed. She'd never been with a man like this before, and neither had Gemma before Callum. All her sister had told Megan was that it was something well worth the wait. But if this was the prologue, the wait just might kill her. And then he did something, she wasn't sure what, with his tongue. Some kind of wiggly formation followed by a fierce jab that allowed his mouth to actually lock down on her. Sensations blasted through her, and she flung back her head and let out a high-pitched scream. But he wouldn't let go. He continued to taste and savor her, as if she was not only his flavor of the day, but also his flavor of all time. She pushed the foolish thought from her mind as she continued to be bombarded with feelings that were ripping her apart. She gasped for breath before screaming again when her entire body spiraled into another orgasm. She whimpered through it and held tight to his hair as she clutched his shoulders. He kept his mouth locked on her until the very last moan had flowed from her lips. She collapsed back on the car seat, feeling totally drained. Only then did he pull back, adjusting their bodies to bring her up to him. He tightened his hold when she collapsed weakly against his chest. Then he lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips locked together intensely. At that moment, she was craving this contact, this closeness, this very intimate connection. Moments later, when he released her mouth, he pulled her closer to him, tucking her head beneath his jaw, and whispered, "This is only the beginning, baby. Only the beginning." Chapter 9. The next morning, Rico and Megan left the Golden Glade Ranch after breakfast to head out to Forbes. He had been driving now for a little more than a half hour, and his GPS indicated they had less than 100 miles to go. He glanced up at the skies, saw the gray clouds, and was certain it would rain before they reached their destination. Rico then glanced over at Megan and saw she was sleeping soundly, and had been since he'd hit the interstate. Good. He had a feeling she hadn't got much sleep last night. She had pretty much remained quiet on the drive back to the ranch from the South Ridge, and once there, she quickly said good night and rushed off to her room, closing the door behind her. And then this morning at breakfast, she hadn't been very talkative. Several times, he had caught her barely able to keep her eyes open. If Clint and Alyssa had found her drowsiness strange, neither had commented on it. Rico remembered every single thing about last night, and, if truth be told, he hadn't thought much of anything else since. Micah Westmoreland had more passion in her little finger than most women had in their entire bodies, and just the thought that no other man had tempted her to release all that passion was simply mind-boggling to him. Ramsay had warned him that she was strong-willed. However, even the most strong-willed person couldn't fight a well-orchestrated seduction. But then, being overcome with passion wasn't a surrender. He saw it as her acceptance that nothing was wrong with enjoying her healthy sexuality. "I like being my own person, and not following the crowd." Those were the words she had spoken last night. He remembered them, and had both admired and respected her for taking that stance. His sisters had basically been the same and had handled their own business. Even when Savannah had gotten pregnant by Durango, she had been prepared to go at it alone had he not wanted to claim the child as his. And knowing his sister, marriage had not been on her mind when she'd gone out to Montana to tell Durango he was going to be a father. Thanks to Jeff Claiborne, a bad taste had been left in Savannah's mouth where marriage was concerned. That same bad taste had been left in Rico's as well. But Savannah had married Durango and was happy, and so were Jess and Chase. Rico was happy for them, and with them married off, he had turned his time and attention to other things. His investigation business mainly. And now, he thought, glancing over at Megan again, to her. She was the first woman in years who had garnered any real attention from him. What he told her last night was true. What they'd started was just the beginning. She hadn't responded to what he'd said one way or the other, but he hadn't really expected her to. He had been tempted to ask her if she'd wanted to talk about last night, but she had dozed off before he could do so. But before he had a conversation with her about anything, it would be wise to have one with himself. When it came to her, he was still in a quandary as to why he was as attracted to her as he was. What was there about her that he wanted to claim? He would let her sleep, and when she woke up, they would talk. The sound of rain and thunder woke Megan. She first glanced out the windshield and saw how hard it was raining, before looking over at Rico as he maneuvered the truck through the downpour. His concentration was on his driving, and she decided to allow her concentration to be on him. Her gaze moved to the hands that gripped the steering wheel. They were big and strong, masculine hands, even down to his fingertips. They were hands that had touched her in places no other man would have dared, but he had. And what had happened as a result still had certain parts of her body tingling. She started to shift in her seat, but then decided to stay put. She wasn't ready for him to know she was awake. She needed time to think, to ponder, to pull herself together. She was still a little rattled from last night, when she had literally come unglued. Ramsay had said that everyone needed to let loose and let her hair down every once in a while, and she had definitely taken her brother's suggestion. She didn't have any regrets as much as she wished she did. The experience had been simply amazing. With Rico's hands, mouth, and tongue, she had felt things she had never felt before. He had deliberately pushed her over the edge, given her pleasure in a way she'd never received it before, and wouldn't again. This is only the beginning. He had said that. She remembered his words clearly. She hadn't quite recovered from the barrage of pleasurable sensations that had overtaken her, not once, but twice, when he had whispered that very statement to her. Even now, she couldn't believe she had let him do all those things to her, touched her all over, touch her in all those places. He'd said he would let her stay in control, but she had forgotten all about control from the first moment he had kissed her. Instead, her thoughts had been on something else altogether, like taking every single thing he was giving, with a greed and hunger that astounded her. "You're awake." She blinked and moved her gaze from his hands to his face. He'd shaven, but she could clearly remember the feel of his unshaven jaw between her legs. She felt a tingling sensation in that very spot. Maybe, on second thought, she should forget it. She pulled up in her seat and stared straight ahead. "Yes, I'm awake." Before she realized what he was doing, he had pulled the car over to the shoulder of the road, unleashed his seatbelt, and leaned over. His mouth took hers in a deep, languid, and provocative kiss that whooshed the very air from her lungs. It was way too passionate and too roastingly raw to be a morning kiss, one taken on the side of the road amidst rush-hour traffic. But he was doing so, boldly, and with a deliberate ease that stirred everything within her. She was reminded of last night, and how easily she had succumbed to the passion he'd stirred, the lust he had provoked. He released her mouth, but not before one final swipe of his tongue from corner to corner. Her nipples hardened in response and pressed tightly against her blouse. Her mouth suddenly felt hot, taken, devoured. "Hello, Megan," he said, against her lips. "Hello." If this was how he would wake her up after a nap, then she would be tempted to doze off on him any time. "Did you get a good nap?" "Yes, if you want to call it that." He chuckled and straightened in his seat and resnapped his seatbelt. "I would. You've been sleeping for over an hour." She glanced back at him. "An hour?" "Yes, I stopped for gas, and you slept through it." She stretched her shoulders. "I was tired." "I understand." Yes, he would, she thought, refusing to look over at him as he moved back into traffic. She licked her lips and could still taste him there. Her senses felt short-circuited, overwhelmed. She had been forewarned, but she hadn't taken heed. "You feel like talking?" Suddenly her senses were on full alert. She did look at him then. "What about?" "Last night." She didn't say anything. Was that the protocol with a man and a woman? To use the morning after to discuss the night before? She didn't know. "Is that how things are done?" He lifted a brow. "What things?" "The morning after party where you rehash things? Say what you regret, what you wished never happened, and make promises it won't happen again?" She saw the crinkling of a smile touch the corners of his lips. "Not on my watch. Besides, I told you it will happen again. Last night was just the beginning." "And do I have a say in the matter?" "Yes." He glanced over at her. "All you have to say is that you don't want my hands on you, and I'll keep them to myself. I've never forced myself on any woman, Megan." She could believe that. In fact, she could very well imagine women forcing themselves on him. She began nibbling at her bottom lip. She wished it could be that simple. Just tell him to keep his hands to himself. But the truth of the matter was, she liked his hands on her. And she had thoroughly enjoyed his mouth and tongue on her as well. Maybe a little too much. Looking over at him, she said, "And if I don't tell you to keep your hands to yourself?" "Then the outcome is inevitable," he said quietly, with a calmness that stirred her insides. She knew he meant it. From the beginning, he had given her fair warning. "Okay, let's talk," she said softly. He pulled to the side of the road again, which had her wondering if they would ever reach their destination. He unfastened his seatbelt and turned to her. "It's like this, Megan. I want you. I've made no secret of that. The degree of my attraction to you is one that I can't figure out. Not that I find the thought annoying, just confusing, because I've never been attracted to a woman to this magnitude before." Welcome to the club, she thought. She had never been this attracted to a man before either. This should be a business trip, one to find the answers about your family's history. Now that you're here, it has turned into more. She lifted a brow. "What has it turned into now?" "A fact-finding mission regarding us. Maybe constantly being around you will help me understand why you've gotten so deeply under my skin." Megan's heart beat wildly in her chest. He wanted to explore the reason why they were so intensely attracted to each other. Did there need to be any other reason than he was man and she was woman? With his looks, any woman in her right mind would be attracted to him, no matter the age. He had certainly done a number on Grace without even trying. But Megan had been around good-looking men before and hadn't reacted the way she had with him. "I won't crowd you. And when we get to Forbes, you will have your own hotel room if you want." He paused a moment and then added, "I'm not going to assume anything in this relationship, Megan. But you best believe I plan to seduce the hell out of you. I'm not like those other guys who never made it to first base. I plan on getting in the game and hitting a home run." You are definitely in the game already, Rico Claiborne, she thought. She broke eye contact with him to gaze out the window. If nothing else, last night should have solidified the knowledge that her resistance was at an all-time low around him. Her self-control had taken a direct hit, and since he was on a fact-finding mission, maybe she needed to be on one as well. Why was she willing to let him go further than any man had before? "If you think I'm going to sit here and say I regret anything about last night, then you don't have anything to worry about, Rico." He lifted a brow. I don't? No. She wouldn't tell him that he had opened her eyes about a few things. That didn't mean she regretted not engaging in any sort of sexual activity before, because she didn't. What it meant was that there was a reason Rico was the man who had given her her first orgasm. She just didn't know what that reason was yet, which was why she wanted to find out. She needed to know why he, and he alone, had been able to make her act in a way no other man before him had been capable of making her act. So we have an understanding? He asked. Sort of. He raised a brow. Sort of. He started the ignition and rejoined traffic again. It had stopped raining, and the sun was peeking out from beneath the clouds. Yes, there's still a lot about you that I don't know. He nodded. Okay, then ask away. Anything you want. Anything? A corner of his mouth eased into a smile. Yes, anything, as long as I don't think it's private and privileged information. That's fair. She considered the best way to ask her first question, then decided to just come out with it. Have you ever been in love? He chuckled softly. Not since Mrs. Tolbert. Mrs. Tolbert? Yes, my third-grade teacher. You've got to be kidding me. He glanced over at her and laughed at her surprised expression. Kidding you about what? Being in love with Mrs. Tolbert, or that she was my third-grade teacher? Neither. You want me to believe that other than Mrs. Tolbert, no other woman has interested you? I didn't say that. I'm a man, so women interest me. You asked me if I've ever been in love, and I told you yes with Mrs. Tolbert. Why are you questioning my answer? No reason. So you're like Zane and Riley, she said. Maybe you need to explain that. Zane and Riley like women. Both claim they have never been in love, and neither wants their names associated with the word. Then I'm not like Zane and Riley in that respect. Like I said, women interest me. I am a man with certain needs on occasion. However, falling in love doesn't scare me, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. But I haven't been in a serious relationship since college. She was tempted to ask him about that phone call he'd refused to take at her place the other day. Apparently some woman was serious, even if he wasn't. But you have been in a serious relationship before? Yes. Her brow arched. But you weren't in love? No. Then why were you in the relationship? He didn't say anything for a minute. My maternal grandparents are from old money, and thought that as their grandson, the woman I marry should be connected to old money as well. They introduced me to Rosalind. We dated during my first year of college. She was nice, at least I thought she was, until she tried making me choose between her and Jessica. Megan's eyes widened. Your sister? Yes. Rosalind said she could accept me as being interracial since it wasn't quite as obvious, but there was no way she could accept Jessica as my sister. Megan felt her anger boiling. Boy, she had some nerve. Yes, she did. I had just met Jessica for the first time a month before, and she felt that since Jessica and I didn't have a bond yet, she could make such an ultimatum. But she failed to realize something. What? Jessica was my sister. Whether Rosalind liked it or not, and I wasn't going to turn my back on Jessica or deny her just because Rosalind had a problem with it. So I broke things off. Good for you, Megan thought. How did your grandparents feel about you ending things? They weren't happy about it, at least until I told them why. They weren't willing to make the same mistake twice. They were pretty damn vocal against my mother marrying my father, and they almost lost her when Mom stopped speaking to them for nearly 2 years. There was no way they would risk losing me with that same foolishness. You were close to your grandparents? Yes, very close. And your father? I take it the two of you are no longer close. She saw how his jaw tightened and knew the answer before he spoke a single word. That's right. What he did was unforgivable. And neither Jess, Savannah, or I have seen him in almost 18 years. That's sad. Yes, it is, he said quietly. Megan wondered if the separation had been his father's decision or his, but decided not to pry. However, there was another question, a very pressing one, that she needed answered right away. Do you plan to stop again anytime soon? She recalled he'd said he had stopped for gas while she was asleep. Now she was awake, and she had needs to take care of. He chuckled. You have to go to the little girl's room, do you? She grinned. Yes, you can say that. No problem. I'll get off at the next exit. Thanks. He smiled over at her, and she immediately felt her pulse thud and the area between her thighs clench. The man was too irresistible, too darn sexy for his own good. Maybe she should have taken heed of his warning and not come to Texas. She had a feeling things were going to get pretty darn wild now that they were alone together. Real wild. Chapter 10. Rico stopped in front of Megan and handed her the key. This is for your room. Mine's right next door if you need me for anything. No matter how late it is, just knock on the connecting door. Anytime you want. She grinned at his not-so-subtle, seductive-as-sin hint as she took the key from him. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. She glanced around. Forbes, Texas, wasn't what she'd imagined. It was a really nice place. Upon arriving to town, Rico had taken her to one of the restaurants for lunch. It was owned by a Mexican family. In fact, most of the townspeople were Mexican, descended from the settlers who had founded the town back in the early 1800s. She had been tempted to throw Rafel's name out there to see if any of them had ever heard of him, but had decided not to. She had promised Rico she would let him handle the investigation, and she intended to keep her word. You can rest up while I make a few calls. I want to contact Fanny Banks's family to see if we can visit her in a day or so. That would be nice, she said as they stepped on the elevator together. The lady at the front desk had told them the original interior of the hotel had caught fire 10 years ago and had been rebuilt, which was why everything inside was pretty modern, including the elevator. From the outside, it looked like a historical hotel. They were the only ones on the elevator, and Rico stood against the panel wall and stared over at her. Hey, come over here for a minute. She swallowed, and her nipples pressed hard against her shirt. Why? Come over here and find out. He looked good standing over there, and the slow, lazy smile curving his mouth had her feeling hot all over. Come here, Megan. I promise I won't bite. She wasn't worried about him taking a bite out of her, but there were other things he could do that were just as lethal, and they both knew it. She decided two could play his game. No, you come over here. No problem. When he made a move toward her, she retreated and stopped when her back touched the wall. I was just kidding. But I kid you not, he said, reaching her and caging her with his hands braced against the wall on either side of her. Open up for me. But, what if this elevator stops to let more people on? We'll be on our floor any minute. He reached out and pushed the elevator stop button. Now we won't. Then he leaned in and plied her mouth with a deep and possessively passionate kiss. She did as he'd asked. She opened up for him, letting him slide his tongue inside her mouth. He settled the middle of himself against her in a way that let her feel his solid erection right in the juncture of her thighs. The sensations that swamped her were unreal, and she returned his kiss with just as much hunger as he was showing. Then, just as quickly as he'd begun, he pulled his mouth away. Drawing in a deep breath, she angled her head back to gaze up at him. What was that for? No other reason than I want you. You told me. Several times, she murmured, trying to get her heart to stop racing and her body to cease tingling. She glanced up at him. The elevator wasn't that big, and he was filling it, looking tall, dark, and handsome as ever. He was looking her up and down, letting his gaze stroke over her, as if it wouldn't take much to strip her naked then and there. And I intend to tell you several more times. I plan to keep reminding you every chance I get. Why? Was it some power game he wanted to play? She was certain he had figured out that her experience with men was limited. She had all but told him it was. So what was he trying to prove? Was this just one of the ways he intended to carry out his fact-finding mission? If that was the case, then she might have to come up with a few techniques of her own. He pushed the button to restart the elevator, and she couldn't help wondering just where her self-control was when she needed it. Rico entered his hotel room alone and tossed his keys on the desk. Never before had he mixed business with pleasure, but he was doing so now without much thought. He shook his head. No, that wasn't true, because he was giving it a lot of thought, and still none of it made much sense. He was about to pull off his jacket when his phone rang. He pulled his cell out of his jeans pocket and frowned when he recognized the number. Jeff Claiborne. Couldn't the man understand plain English? He started to let the call go to voicemail, but impulsively decided not to. Rico clicked on the phone. What part of "do not call me back" did you not understand? I need your help, Ricardo. Rico gritted his teeth. My help? The last thing you'll get from me is my help. But if I don't get it, I could die. They've threatened to kill me. Rico heard the desperation in his father's voice. Who are they? A guy I owe a gambling debt. Morris Cotton. Rico released an expletive. His grandfather had told Rico a few years ago that he'd heard Jeff Claiborne was into some pretty shady stuff. Sounds like you have a problem, and I give a damn why. And please don't say because you're my father. There was a pause. Because I'm a human being who needs help. Rico tilted his head back and stared up at the ceiling. You say you're in trouble? Your life is threatened? Yes. Then go to the police. Don't you understand? I can't go to the police. They will kill me unless... Unless what? I come up with $100,000. Rico's blood boiled with rage. And you thought you could call the son and daughter you hadn't talked to in close to 18 years to bail you out? Trust me, there's no love lost here. You can't say I wasn't a good father. You honestly think that I can't? You are an imposter living two lives. And in the end, an innocent woman took her life because of you. I didn't force her to take those pills. Rico couldn't believe that even after all this time, his father was still making excuses and refusing to take ownership of his actions. Let me say this once again. You won't get a penny out of me, Jessica, or Savannah. We don't owe you a penny. You need money? Work for it. Work? How am I supposed to work for that much money? You used to be a salesman, so I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll call your mother. I heard she remarried and the man is loaded. Maybe she... I wouldn't advise you to do that, Rico interrupted to warn him. She's not the woman you made a fool of years ago. She was my only wife. Yes, but what about Jessica's mother and the lies you told her? What about how she ended her life because of you? There was a pause, and then... I loved them both. Not for the first time, Rico thought his father was truly pitiful. No. You were greedy as hell and used them both. They were good women, and they suffered because of you. There was another pause. Think about helping me, Ricardo. There's nothing to think about. Don't call me back. Rico clicked off the phone and released a deep breath. He then called a friend who happened to be a high-ranking detective in the NYPD. Stuart Dunn. Stuart, this is Rico. I want you to check out something for me. A short while later, Rico had showered and redressed, putting on khakis instead of jeans and a Western-style shirt he had picked up during his first day in Forbes. He knew one surefire way to get information from shop owners was to be a buying customer. Most of the people he'd talked to in town had been too young to remember Clarice. But he had gone over to the Forbes Daily Times to do a little research, since the town hadn't yet digitally archived their oldest records. Unfortunately, the day he'd gone to the paper's office, he'd been told he would have to get the permission of the paper's owner before he could view any documents from the year he wanted. He'd found that odd, but hadn't put up an argument. His mind had been too centered on heading to Austin to get Megan. Now that he had her, and right next door, he could think of a number of things he wanted to do with her, and, as far as he was concerned, every one of them was fair game. But would acting on those things be a smart move? After all, she was cousin-in-law to his sisters, but he had warned her, not once, but several times. However, just to clear his mind of any guilt, he would try rattling her to the point where she might decide to leave. He would give her one last chance. And if that didn't work, he would have no regrets, no guilty conscience, and no being a nice, keep-your-hands-to-yourself kind of guy. He would look forward to putting his hands, his mouth, tongue, whatever he desired, all over her. And he desired plenty. He would mix work with pleasure in a way it had never been done before. Suddenly, his nostrils flared as he picked up her scent. Seconds later, there was a knock at his hotel room door. Amazing that he had actually smelled her through that hard oak. He'd discovered that Megan had an incredible scent that was exclusively hers. He crossed the room and opened the door. There she was, looking so beautiful he felt the reaction in his groin. She had showered and changed clothes as well. Now she was wearing a pair of jeans and a pullover sweater. She looked spectacular. "I'm ready to go snooping." He lifted a brow. "Snooping?" "Yes. I'm anxious to find out about Rafel, and you mentioned you were going back to the town's newspaper office." Yes, he had said that in way of conversation during their drive. He figured they had needed to switch their topic back to business, or else he would have been tempted to pull to the side of the road and tear away at her mouth again. "I'm ready," he said, stepping out into the hall and closing his hotel room door behind him. "I thought you would be taking a nap while I checked out things myself." "I'm too excited to rest. Besides, I slept a lot in the car. Now I'm raring to go." He saw she was. Her eyes were bright, and he could see excitement written all over her face. "Just keep in mind that this is my investigation. If I come across something I think is of interest, I might mention it or I might not." She frowned up at him as they made their way toward the elevator. "Why wouldn't you share anything you find with me?" Yes, why wouldn't he? There was still that article Martin Felder had come across. Rico had been barely able to read it from the scan Martin had found on the internet. But what he'd read had made Rico come to Forbes himself to check out things. "That's just the way I work, Megan. Take it or leave it. I don't have to explain the way I operate to you, as long as the results are what you paid me to get." "I know, but—" "No buts." He stopped walking, causing her to stop as well. He placed a stern look on his face. "We either do things my way, or you can stay here until I get back." He could tell by the fire that lit her eyes at that moment that he'd succeeded in rattling her. She crossed her arms over her chest and tilted her head back to glare up at him. "Fine, but your final report better be good." He bent slowly and brushed a kiss across her lips. "Haven't you figured out yet that everything about me is good?" he whispered huskily. "Arrogant ass." He chuckled as he continued brushing kisses across her lips. I like it when you have a foul mouth." She angrily pushed him away. "I think I'll take the stairs." He smiled. "And I think I'll take you. Later." She stormed off toward the door that led to the stairwell. He stared after her. "You're really going to take the stairs?" "Watch me." She threw the words over her shoulder. "I am watching you. And I'm rather enjoying the sight of that cute backside of yours right now." She turned and stalked back over to him. The indignant look on her face indicated he might have pushed her too far. She came to a stop right in front of him and placed her hands on her hips. "You think you're the only one who can do this?" He intentionally looked innocent. "Do what?" "Annoy the hell out of someone. Trust me, Rico, you don't want to be around me when I am truly annoyed." He had a feeling that he really wouldn't. "Why are you getting annoyed about anything?" "I meant what I said about making love to you later." She looked up at the ceiling and slowly counted to 10 before returning her gaze back to him. "And you think that decision is all yours to make?" "No, it will be ours. By the time I finish with you, you'll want it as much as I do. I guarantee it." She shook her head, held up her hand and looked as if she was about to say something that would probably blister his ears. But she seemed to think better of wasting her time doing so, because she tightened her lips together and slowly backed up, as if she was trying to retain her control. "I'll meet you downstairs." She all but snarled out the words. He watched her leave, taking the stairs. Rico rubbed his hand over his jaw. Megan had had a particular look in her eyes that set him on edge. She had every reason to be ticked off with him, since he had intentionally pushed her buttons. And now, he had a feeling she would make him pay. The nerve of the man, Megan thought as she took the stairs down to the lobby. When she had decided to take this route, she had forgotten that they were on the 8th floor. If she needed to blow off steam, this was certainly one way to do it. Rico had deliberately been a jerk, and he had never acted that way before. If she didn't know better, she would think it had been intentional. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, and she suddenly slowed her pace. Had it been intentional? Did he assume that if he was rude to her, she would pack up and go running back to Denver? Well, if that's what he thought, she had news for him. It wouldn't happen. Now that she was here in Forbes, she intended to stay, and he would find out that two could play his game. Not surprisingly, he was waiting for her in the lobby when she finally made it down. Deciding to have it out with him, here and now, she walked over and stared up at him. "I'm ready to take you on, Rico Claiborne." He smiled. "Think you can?" "I'm going to try." She continued to hold his gaze, refusing to back down. She felt the hot, explosive chemistry igniting between them, and knew he felt it too. "I don't think you know what you're asking for, Megan." Oh, she knew. And if the other night was a sample, she was ready to let loose and let her hair down again. "Trust me, I know." His smile was replaced with a frown. "Fine. Let's go." They were on their way out the revolving doors when his cell phone rang. They stopped, and he checked his caller ID, hoping it wasn't Jeff Claiborne again, and answered it quickly when he saw it was Fanny Banks's granddaughter returning his call. Moments later, after ending the call, he said to Megan, "Change in plans. We'll go to the newspaper office later. That was Dorothy Banks, and her grandmother can see us now." Chapter 11. "Yes, may I help you?" "Yes, I'm Rico Claiborne, and this is Micah Westmoreland. You were expecting us?" The woman, who appeared to be in her early 50s, smiled. "Yes, I'm Dorothy Banks, the one you spoke to on the phone. Please come in." Rico stepped aside to let Megan enter before him, and followed her over the threshold, admiring the huge home. "Nice place you have here." If the house wasn't a historical landmark of some sort, then it should be. He figured it had to have been built in the early 1900s. The huge two-story Victorian sat on what appeared to be 10 acres of land. The structure of the house included 2 huge columns, a wraparound porch with spindles, and leaded glass windows. More windows than he thought it needed. But if you were a person who liked seeing what was happening outside, then it would definitely work. The inside was just as impressive. The house seemed to have retained the original hardwood floors and inside walls. The furniture seemed to have been selected to complement the original era of the house. Because of all the windows, the room had a lot of light from the afternoon sunshine. "You mentioned something about Miss Westmoreland being a descendant of Rachel Westmoreland?" the woman asked. "Yes. I'm helping her trace her family roots, and in our research the name Clarice Riggins came up. The research indicated she was a close friend of Rachel. Since Miss Banks was living in the area at the time, around the early 1900s, we thought that maybe we could question her to see if she recalls anyone by that name." Dorothy smiled. "Well, I can tell you that, and the answer is yes. Clarice Riggins and my grandmother were childhood friends. Although Clarice died way before I was born, I remember Grandma Fanny speaking of her from time to time when she would share fond memories with us." Megan had reached out and touched his hand. Rico could tell she had gotten excited at the thought that the Bankses knew something about Clarice. "But my grandmother is the one you should talk to," Dorothy added. "We would love to," Megan said excitedly. "Are you sure we won't be disturbing her?" The woman stood and waved her hand. I'm positive. My grandmother likes talking about the past. She chuckled. I've heard most of it more times than I can count. I think she would really appreciate a new set of ears. Excuse me while I go get her. She's sitting on the back porch. The highlight of her day is watching the sun go down. And you're sure we won't be disrupting her day? Megan asked. I'm positive. Although I've heard the name Clarice, I don't recall hearing the name of Rachel Westmoreland before. Grandma Fanny will have to tell you if she has. Megan turned enthusiastic eyes to Rico. We might be finding out something at last. Possibly, but don't get your hopes up, okay? Okay. She glanced around. This is a nice place. Big and spacious. I bet it's the family home and has been around since the early 1900s. Those were my thoughts. It reminds me of our family home, and... Megan stopped talking when Dorothy returned, walking with an older woman using a cane. Both Megan and Rico stood. Fanny Banks was old, but she didn't look a year past 80. To think the woman had just celebrated her 100th birthday was amazing. Introductions were made. Megan thought she might have been mistaken, but she swore she'd seen a hint of distress in Fanny's gaze. Why? In an attempt to assure the woman, Megan took her hand and gently tightened her hold and said, It's an honor to meet you. Happy belated birthday. I can't believe you're 100. You are beautiful, Mrs. Banks. Happiness beamed in Fanny Banks's eyes. Thank you. I understand you have questions for me. And call me Ms. Fanny. Mrs. Banks makes me feel old. All right, Megan said, laughing at the teasing. She looked over at Rico and knew he would do a better job of explaining things than she would. The last thing she wanted was for him to think she was trying to take over his job. They continued to stand until Dorothy got Miss Fanny settled into an old rocking chair. Understandably, she moved at a slow pace. Okay. Now, what do you want to ask me about Clarice? Miss Fanny asked in a quiet tone. The person we really want information about is Rachel Westmoreland, who we believe was an acquaintance of Clarice's. Megan saw that sudden flash of distress again, which let her know she hadn't imagined it earlier. Miss Fanny nodded slowly as she looked over at Megan. And Rachel Westmoreland was your grandfather? Megan shook her head. No, he was my great-grandfather, and a few years ago we discovered he had a twin brother we hadn't known anything about. She then told Miss Fanny about the Denver Westmorelands, and how they had lost Rachel's only 2 grandsons and their wives in a plane crash, leaving 15 of them without parents. She then told Fanny how, a few years ago, they discovered Rachel had a twin named Reginald, and how they had begun a quest to determine if there were more Westmorelands they didn't know about, which had brought them here. Miss Fanny looked down at her feeble hands, as if studying them, or trying to make up her mind about something. She then lifted her gaze and zeroed in on Megan with her old eyes. She then said, I'm so sorry to find out about your loss. That must have been a difficult time for everyone. She then looked down at her hands again. Moments later, she looked up and glanced back and forth between Rico and Megan. The 2 of you are forcing me to break a promise I made several years ago. But I think you deserve to know the truth. Nervous tension flowed through Megan. She glanced over at Rico, who gazed back at her before he turned his attention back to Miss Fanny, and asked, And what truth is that? The woman looked over at her granddaughter, who only nodded for her to continue. She then looked at Megan. The man your family knew as Rachel Westmoreland was an imposter. The real Rachel Westmoreland died in a fire. Megan gasped. No. And then she turned and collapsed in Rico's arms. Megan, Rico whispered softly as he stroked the side of her face with his fingertips. She'd fainted, and poor Miss Fanny had become nervous that she'd done the wrong thing, while her granddaughter had rushed off to get a warm facecloth, which he was using to try to bring Megan back around. He watched as she slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. He recognized what he saw in her gaze, a mixture of fear and confusion. She's wrong, Rico. She has to be. There's no way my great-grandfather was not who he said he was. Rico was tempted to ask why she was so certain, but didn't want to upset her any more than she already was. Then come on, sit up so we can listen to her tell the rest of it and see, shall we? Megan nodded and pulled herself up to find she was still on the sofa. There was no doubt in her mind that both Miss Fanny and Dorothy had heard what she'd just said. Manners prompted her to apologize. "I'm sorry, but what you said, Miss Fanny, is overwhelming. My great-grandfather died before I was born, so I never knew him. But all those who knew him said he was a good and honest person." Miss Fanny nodded. "I didn't say that he wasn't, dear. What I said is that he wasn't the real Rafel." Tightening his hand on Megan's, Rico asked, "If he wasn't Rafel, then who was he?" Miss Fanny met Rico's gaze. "An ex-convict by the name of Stephen Mitchelson." "An ex-convict!" Megan exclaimed, louder than she'd intended to. "Yes." Megan was confused. But how? Why?" It took Miss Fanny a while before she answered. Then she said, "It's a long story." "We have time to listen," Rico said, glancing over at Megan. He was beginning to worry about her. Finding out upsetting news like this was one of the reasons he hadn't wanted her here. Yet he had gone and brought her anyway. "According to Clarice, she met Rafel when she was visiting an aunt in Wyoming. He was a drifter, moving from place to place. She told him about her home here, and told him if he ever needed steady work, to come here, and her father would hire him to work on their ranch." She paused a moment and then said, "While in Wyoming, she met another drifter who was an ex-con by the name of Stephen Mitchelson. She and Stephen became involved, and she became pregnant. But she knew her family would never accept him, and she thought she would never see him again." Miss Fanny took a sip of water from the glass her granddaughter handed her. "Only the man who showed up later, here in Texas, wasn't Rafel, but Stephen. He had told her Rafel had died in a fire. To get a fresh start, he was going to take Rafel's identity and start a new life elsewhere. And she let him go, without even telling him she was pregnant with his child. She loved him that much. She wanted to give him a new beginning." Miss Fanny was quiet for a moment. "I was there the day she made that decision. I was there when he drove away and never looked back. I was also there when she gave birth to their child. Alone." The room was silent, and then Megan spoke softly. "What happened to her and the baby?" "She left here by train to go stay with extended family in Virginia. Her father couldn't accept she had a baby out of wedlock. But she never made it to her destination. The train she was riding on derailed, killing her and the baby." "My God," Megan said, covering her hands with her face. "How awful," she said. A woman who had given up so much had suffered such a tragic ending. She drew in a deep breath and wondered how on earth she was going to return home to Denver and tell her family that they weren't Westmorelands after all. Several hours later, back in his hotel room, Rico sat on the love seat and watched as Megan paced the floor. After leaving the Bankses' house, they had gone to the local newspaper office, and the newspaper articles they had read hadn't helped matters, nor had their visit to the courthouse. The newspapers had verified the train wreck and that Clarice and her child had been killed. There was also a mention of the fire in Wyoming, and that several men had been burned beyond recognition. There were a lot of unanswered questions zigzagging through Rico's mind, but he pushed them aside to concentrate on Megan. At the moment, she was his main concern. He leaned forward and rested his arms on his thighs. "If you're trying to walk a hole in the floor, you're doing a good job of it." She stopped, and when he saw the sheen of tears in her eyes, he was out of his seat in a flash. He was unsure of what he would say, but he knew he had to say something. "Hey, none of that," he whispered quietly, pulling her into his arms. "We're going to figure this out, Megan." She shook her head and pushed away from him. "This is all my fault. In my eagerness to find out everything about Rafel, I may have caused the family more harm than good. You heard Fanny Banks. The man everyone thought was Rafel was some ex-convict named Stephen Mitchelson. What am I going home to say? We're not really Westmorelands, we're Mitchelsons? He could tell by the sound of her voice. She was really torn up over what Fanny Banks had said. But there might be more to what she said, Megan. But Fanny Banks was there, Rico, she countered. I always said there was a lot about my great-grandfather that we didn't know. He went to his grave without telling anyone anything about having a twin brother, or if he had family somewhere. Now I know why. He probably didn't know any of Rafel's history. He could never claim anyone. I don't know how the fourth woman named Isabel fits in, but I do know Rafel, Stephen, finally settled down with my great-grandmother Gemma. From the diary she left behind, the one that Dylan let me read, I know they had a good marriage, and she always said he was a kind-hearted man. He certainly didn't sound like the kind who would have been an ex-con. The only thing I ever heard about Rafel was that he was a kind, loving, and honorable man. That still might be the case, Megan. As if she hadn't heard him, she said, I have to face the possibility that the man my father and uncle idolized, the man they thought was the best grandfather in the entire world, was nothing but a convict who wasn't Rafel Westmoreland and— Shh, Megan, he whispered, breaking in and pulling her closer into his arms. Until we find out everything, I don't want you getting upset or thinking the worst. We'll go to the courthouse tomorrow and dig around some more. Sighing deeply, she pulled away from him, swiped at more tears, and tilted her head back to look up at him. I need to be alone for a while, so I'm going to my room. Thanks for the shoulder to cry on. Rico shoved his hands into the pockets of his khakis. What about dinner? I'm not hungry. I'll order room service later. You sure? She shrugged. Right now, Rico, I'm not sure about anything. That's why I need to take a shower and relax. He nodded. Are you going to call Dylan or Ramsey and tell them the latest developments? She shook her head. Not yet. It's something I wouldn't be able to tell them over the phone anyway. She headed for the door. Good night. I'll see you in the morning. Try to get some sleep, he called out to her. She nodded, but kept walking and didn't look back. She opened the connecting door and then closed it behind her. Rico rubbed his hand down his face, feeling frustration and anger all rolled into one. He glanced at his watch and pulled his cell phone out of his back pocket. A few moments later, a voice came on the line. Hello? This is Rico. A few things came up that I want you to check out. He spent the next 20 minutes bringing Martin up to date on what they'd found out from Fanny Banks. And you're actually questioning the honesty of a 100-year-old woman? Yes, Martin moaned. Oh, man, she's 100. I know. All right. In that case, I'll get on it right away. If the man was an imposter, then I'll find out, Martin said. But we are looking back during a time when people took on new identities all the time. That's the last thing Rico wanted to hear. After hanging up the phone, he stared across the room at the door separating him from Megan. Deciding to do something with his time before he opened the connecting door, he grabbed his jacket and left to get something to eat. An hour later, Megan had showered, slipped into a pair of pajamas, and was lounging across her bed when she heard the sound of Rico returning next door. When she'd knocked on the connecting door earlier and hadn't gotten a response, she figured he had gone to get something to eat. She had ordered room service, and had wanted to know if he wanted to share since the hotel had brought her plenty. Now she felt fed and relaxed, and more in control of her emotions. And what she appreciated more than anything was that when she had needed him the most, Rico had been there. Even while in the basement of the newspaper office, going through microfilm of old newspapers, and toiling over all those books to locate the information they wanted, he had been there, ready to give her a shoulder to cry on if she needed one. And when she had needed one, after everything had gotten too emotional for her, she'd taken him up on his offer. He had been in his room for no more than 10 minutes when she heard a soft knock on the connecting door. Come in. He slowly opened the door, and when he appeared in her room, the force of his presence was so powerful, she had to snatch her gaze away from his and train it back on the television screen. I was letting you know I had returned, he said. I heard you moving around. she said, her fingers tightening around the remote. "You've had dinner?" he asked her. From out of the corner of her eye, she could see him leaning in the doorway, nearly filling it completely. "Yes, and it was good." "What did you have?" "A grilled chicken salad. It was huge." Just like you, she thought, and immediately felt the blush spread into her features. "Why are you blushing? Did the man not miss anything?" "No reason." "Then why aren't you looking at me?" Yes, why wasn't she looking at him? Forcing herself to look away from the television, she slid her eyes over to his, and immediately their gazes clung. That was the moment she knew why it had been so easy to let her guard down around him, why it had been so effortless to lose her control, and why, even now, she was filled with a deep longing and the kind of desire a woman had for the man she loved. She had fallen in love with Rico. A part of her trembled inside with that admission. She hadn't known something like this could happen this way, so quickly, completely, and deeply. He had gotten to her in ways no other man had. Around him, she had to let go of her control, and had been willing to let her emotions flow. Her love hadn't allowed her to hold anything back. And when she had needed his strength, he'd given it, unselfishly. He had an honorable and loyal spirit that had touched her in ways she'd never been touched before. Yes, she loved him with every part of her being. She sucked in a deep breath, because she also knew that what she saw in his eyes was nothing more than pent-up sexual energy that needed to be released. And as she continued to watch him, his lips curved into a smile. Now it was her time to ask all the questions. "Why are you smiling?" "I don't think you want to know," he said, doing away with his Eastern accent and replacing it with a deep Texas drawl. "Trust me, I do." Tonight she needed to think about something other than her grandfather's guilt or innocence, something other than how, in trying to find out about him, she might have exposed her family to the risk of losing everything. "Since you really want to know," he said, straightening his stance and slowly coming toward her, "I was thinking of all the things I'd just love to do to you." His words made her nipples harden into peaks, and she felt them press hard against her pajama top. "Why just think about it, Rico?" He stopped at the edge of the bed. "Don't tempt me, Megan." She tilted her head to gaze up at him. "And don't tempt me, Rico." "What do you know about temptation?" She became caught up by the deep, sensuous look in his eyes. In one instant, she felt the need to look away, and then, in another instant, she felt the need to be the object of his stare. She decided to answer him the best way she knew how. "I know it's something I've just recently been introduced to," she said, remembering the first time she'd felt this powerful attraction at Micah's wedding. "And I know just how strong it was the first time I saw you. Something new for me. Then I remember our first kiss, and how the temptation to explore more was the reason I hadn't wanted it to end," she whispered softly. "But I really discovered what temptation was the night you used your mouth on me," she said, not believing they were having this sort of conversation, or that she was actually saying these things. "I've never known that kind of pleasure before, or the kind of satisfaction I experienced when you were finished, and it tempted me to do some things to you, to touch you and taste you." She saw the darkening of his eyes, and the very air became heated, sensuously so. He reached out, extending his hand to hers, and she took it. He gently pulled her up off the bed. The feel of a hard, masculine body pressed against hers, especially the outline of his arousal through his khakis, made her shiver with desire. When his hand began roaming all over her, she drew in a deep breath. "I want to make love to you, Megan," he said, lowering his head to whisper in her ear. "I've never wanted a woman as much as I want you." For some reason, she believed him. Maybe it was because she wanted to believe. Or it could be that she wanted the feeling of being in his arms, the feeling of him inside her while making love. She wanted to be the woman who could satisfy him as much as he could satisfy her. He tilted her chin up so their gazes could meet again. She was getting caught up in every sexy thing about him, even his chin, which looked like it needed a shave, and his hair, which seemed to have grown an inch and touched his shoulders. And then he leaned down and captured her mouth in one long, drugging kiss. Pleasure shot to all parts of her body, and her nerve endings were bombarded with all sorts of sensations while he feasted on her mouth like it was the last morsel he would ever taste. At that moment, she knew what she wanted. She wanted to lose control in a way she'd never lost it before. She wanted to get downright wild with it. She pulled back from the kiss and immediately went for his shirt, nearly tearing off the buttons in her haste. "Easy, baby. What are you doing?" "I need to touch you," she said softly. "Then here, let me help," he said, easing his shirt from his shoulders. A breathless moan slipped from her throat. The man was so perfectly made, she could feel her womb convulsing, clenching with a need she was beginning to understand. Her hand went to his belt buckle, and within seconds, she had slid it out of the loops to toss it on the floor. On instinct, she practically licked her lips as she eased down his zipper. Never had she been this bold with a man, never this brazen. But something was driving her to touch him, to taste him, the same way he had done to her last night. All she could register in her mind was that this scenario was one she had played out several times in her dreams. The only thing was, all the other times she would wake up. But this was reality at its best. "Let me help you with this as well," he whispered. And then she watched as he eased his jeans and briefs down his legs and revealed an engorged erection. He was huge, and on instinct her hand reached out and her fingers curled around the head. She heard how his breathing changed, how he was forcing air into his lungs. When she began moving her fingers, getting to know this part of him, she felt rippling muscles on every inch of him. The thick length of his aroused shaft filled her hand, and then some. This was definitely a fine work of art, perfect in every way. Thick, hard, with large veins running along the side. "Do you have what you want?" he asked in a deep, husky tone. "Almost." And that was the last word she spoke before easing down to her knees and taking him into her mouth. A breathless groan escaped from between Rico's lips. He gripped the curls on Megan's head and threw his head back as her mouth did a number on him. He felt his muscles rippling as her tongue tortured him in ways he didn't know were possible. Her head resting against his belly, shifted each time her mouth moved and sent pleasurable quivers all through him. He felt his brain shutting down as she licked him from one end to the other, but before it did, he had to know something. "Who taught you this?" The words were wrenched from his throat, and he had to breathe hard. She paused a moment to look up at him. "I'll tell you later." She then returned to what she was doing, killing him softly and thoroughly. What was she trying to do? Lick him dry and swallow him whole? Damn, it felt like it. Every lick of her tongue was causing him to inhale, and every long, powerful suck was forcing him to exhale, over and over again. He felt on the edge of exploding, but forced himself not to. He wanted it to be just like in his dreams. He wanted to spill inside of her. "Megan." He gently tugged on a section of her hair, while backing up to pull out of her mouth. And before she could say anything, he had whipped her from her knees and placed her on the bed, while removing her pajama top and bottoms in the process. He wanted her, and he wanted her now. Picking up his jeans off the floor, he retrieved a condom packet from his wallet and didn't waste any time while putting it on. He glanced at her, saw her watching, and saw how her gaze roamed over his entire body. "Got another question for you, Megan, and you can't put off the answer until later. I need to know now." She shifted her gaze from below his waist up to face. "All right. What's your question?" "How is your energy level?" She lifted a brow. "My energy level?" "Yes." "Why do you want to know?" "Because," he said, slowly moving toward the bed, "I plan to make love to you all night." Chapter 12. All night? Before Megan had time to digest Rico's proclamation, he had crawled on the bed with her and proceeded to pull her into his arms and seize her mouth. They needed to talk. There were other things he needed to know besides her energy level, things she wanted to tell him. She wanted to share with him what was in her heart, but considering what they were sharing was only temporary, it wouldn't be a good idea. The last thing she wanted was for him to feel guilty about not reciprocating her feelings. And then there was the issue of her virginity. He didn't have a clue right now, but pretty soon he would, she thought as he slid his tongue between her lips. His skin, pressed next to hers, felt warm, intoxicating, and he was kissing her with a passion and greed that surpassed anything she'd ever known. There was no time for talking. Just time to absorb this. Take it all in and enjoy. A shiver ran through her when he released her mouth and lowered his head to aim for her breasts, sucking a nipple. He really thought they could survive an all-nighter? She asked herself. No way. And when he reached down to slide his fingers between her legs and stroked her there, she moaned out his name. Rico. He paid her no mind, but continued to let his mouth lick her hardened nipple, while his hand massaged her clit, arousing her to the point where jolts of pleasure were running through her body. She knew from his earlier question that he assumed she was experienced with this sort of thing. Little did he know she was as green as a cucumber. Again, she thought, he needed to be told, but not now. Instead, she reached out to grip his shoulders as his fingers circled inside of her, teasing her mercilessly and spreading her scent in the air. Then he leaned up, leaving her breasts. Grabbing a lock of her hair with his free hand, he tugged, pulling her face to his and kissing her hard on the mouth, sending her passion skyrocketing, while shock waves of pleasure rammed through her. He pulled his mouth from hers and whispered against her moist lips. You're ready for me now. You're so wet I can't wait any longer, he said, nibbling on her earlobe and running his tongue around the rim of her ear, so close that she could feel his hot breath. He moved to slide between her legs and straddle her thighs, looked down at her and whispered, I'm gonna make it good for you, baby. The best you've ever had. She opened her mouth to tell him not only would it be the best, but that it would also be the first she ever had when his tongue again slid between her lips. That's when she felt him pressing hard against her, trying to make an entry into her. You're tight, baby, relax, he whispered against her cheek as she reached down and grabbed his penis, guiding it into her. He let the head stroke back and forth along her folds. She started moaning and couldn't stop. There, you're letting go. Now I can get inside you, he whispered huskily. It's not going to be easy, she whispered back. He glanced down at her. Why do you say that? He asked as he continued to stroke her gently, sliding back and forth through her wetness. Megan knew he deserved an answer. I'm tight down there for a reason, Rico. What reason is that? Because I've never made love with a man before. His hand went still. Are you saying, yes, that's what I'm saying. But I've never wanted any man before. Never loved one before you, she wanted to say, but didn't. Don't let that stop you from making love to me tonight, Rico. He leaned in and gently kissed her lips. Nothing can stop me from making love to you, sweetheart. I couldn't stop making love to you tonight even if my life depended on it. And then he was kissing her again, this time with a furor that had her trembling. Using his knees, he spread her legs wider, and she felt the soft fabric against her skin when he grabbed a pillow to ease under her backside. He pulled back from the kiss. I wish I could tell you it's not going to hurt, but don't worry about it. Just do it. He looked down at her. Just do it? Yes, and please do it now. I can't wait any longer. I've waited 27 years for this, Rico. And for you. She looked dead center into his eyes. She felt the head of him right there at her mound. He reached out and gently stroked the side of her face and whispered, I want to be looking at you when I go inside of you. Their gazes locked. She felt the pressure of him entering her, and then he grabbed her hips, whispered for her to hold on, and pushed deeper with a powerful thrust. "Rico!" she cried out, but he was there, lowering his head and taking her mouth when he pushed even farther inside her, not stopping until he was buried deep. And then, as if on instinct, her inner muscles began clenching him hard. He threw his head back and released a guttural moan. "What are you doing to me?" He would ask her that. "I don't know, it just feels right," was the only reply she could give him. In response, he kissed her again while his lower body began moving. Slowly at first, as if giving her body time to adjust. And then he changed the rhythm, while leaning down to suck on her tongue. Megan thought she was going to go out of her mind. Never had she thought, assumed, believed, until now. He was moving at a vigorous pace, and she cried out, not in pain, but in sensations so pleasurable they made her respond out loud. Her insides quivered, and she went after his tongue with speed and hunger. She cried out, screamed, just like she'd done that night at the South Ridge. That only made him thrust harder and penetrate deeper. Then they both ignited in one hell of an explosion that sent sparks flying all through her body, and especially to the area where their bodies were joined. He shook, she shook, and the bed shook, almost off the hinges as he continued to pound into her, making her first time a time she would always remember. It seemed as if it took forever for them to come down off their orgasmic high. When they did, he shifted his weight off hers and pulled her to him. "We'll rest up a bit," he said silkily. "How do you feel?" She knew her eyes were filled with wonderment at what they'd done. "I feel good." And she meant it. Her heart was beating fast, and her pulse was off the charts. She had totally and completely lost control. But all that was fine, because she had gotten one thing she'd wanted: a piece of Rico Claiborne. Rico pulled her closer to him, tucked her body into the curve of his while he stroked a finger across her cheek. He'd only left the bed to dispose of the condom and get another. Now he was back and needed the feel of her in his arms. She had slept for a while, but now she was awake, and he had questions. "I think it's time to tell me how someone who can work their mouth on a man the way you do has managed to remain a virgin. I can think of one possibility, but I want to hear it from you." She smiled up at him. "What? That I prefer oral sex to the real thing?" She shook her head. "That's not it. And just to set the record straight, I've never gone down on a man until you." He leaned back and lifted a brow. "Are you saying that—" "Yes. What I did to you tonight was another first for me." He chuckled. "Hell, you could have fooled me." Excitement danced in her eyes. "Really? I was that good?" "Yeah," he said, running a finger across her cheek again. "Baby, you were that good. So if I was your first, how did you know what to do?" She snuggled closer to him. "I was snooping over at Zane's place one day, looking for a pair of shoes I figured I'd left there, and came across this box under his bed. I was curious enough to look inside and discovered a bunch of DVDs marked with X's, so of course I had to see what was on them." Rico chuckled again. "Is that the box he mentioned he would get from you after dinner the other night?" She smiled. "No. That's another box altogether, a lockbox, so he would know if I had tampered with it. Those videos were in a shoebox, and to this day I've never told Zane about it. I was only 17 at the time, but I found watching them pretty darn fascinating. I was curious about how a woman could give a man pleasure that way, with her mouth. But not curious enough to try it on anyone until now." There was amusement in his voice, but to her it wasn't amusing, not even a little bit, because what he'd said was true. She hadn't had any desire to try it out on any other man but him. "Yes." "I'm glad. I'm also surprised you've never been curious enough to sleep with anyone." "I couldn't see myself sharing a bed with a man just for the sake of curiosity. Had I been in a serious relationship, things might have been different, but most of my life has been filled with either going to school or working. I never had time for serious relationships. And the few times that a man wanted to make it serious, I just wasn't feeling it. But she hadn't had a problem feeling him. She had wanted him. Had wanted to taste him the way he had tasted her. Had wanted to put her mouth on him the same way he'd put his on her. And she didn't regret doing so. But nothing had prepared her for when he had shed his pants and briefs and shown his body to her. He was so magnificently made, with a masculine torso and rippling muscles. What had captured her attention more than anything else was the engorged erection he had revealed. Seeing it had aroused her senses and escalated her desires. But for her, last night had been about more than just sex. She loved him. She wasn't certain just how she felt being in a one-sided love affair, but she wouldn't worry about it for now. She had let her hair down and was enjoying the situation tremendously. She had been in control of her emotions for so long, and she thought that was the best way to be. But now she was seeing a more positive side of being out of control. She knew what it felt like to be filled with a need that only one man could take care of. She knew how it felt to be wild, and she wanted to experience more of it. She pulled away from Rico and shifted her body to straddle his. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he asked, trying to pull her back into his arms. She shook her head. "Taking care of this," she whispered. "You said I can have control, so I'm claiming ownership. You also told me you wanted me, and you told me what would happen if we were together. It did happen, and now I want to show you how much I want you." "But you're sore." She chuckled. "And I'll probably be sore for a long time. You aren't a small man, you know. But I can handle it, and I can handle you. I want to handle you, Rico, so let me." He held her gaze, and the heat radiating between them filled the room with desire. His hands lifted and stroked her face, touched her lips that had covered his shaft, and she understood the degree of hunger reflected in his eyes. There was no fighting the intense passion they seemed to generate, no fighting it, and no excusing it. "Then you are going to handle it, baby. You are the only woman who can," she heard him whisper. Pleased by what he said, she lowered her head, and he snagged her mouth by nibbling at her lips, stroking them with his tongue. She gripped his shoulders, and his erection stood straight up, aimed right for her womanly core like it had a mind of its own and knew what it wanted. The need to play around with his mouth drove her to allow his tongue inside her lips. And then she toyed with his tongue, sucked on it, and explored every aspect of his mouth. The way his hand was digging into her scalp made her tongue lash out even more, and she felt him tremble beneath her. The thought that she could make him feel this way, give him this much pleasure, sent her blood rushing through her veins. She eased the lower part of her body down, but deliberately did it in a way that had his penis under her and not inside of her. Then she moved her thighs to grind herself against his pubic bone. "Oh, hell." The words rushed from his lips, and she closed her eyes, liking the feel of giving him such an intimate massage, moving back and forth, around in circular motions, christening his flesh with her feminine essence. "I need you now, Megan. I can't take any more." His voice was filled with torment. Deciding to put him out of his misery, she leaned up and positioned her body so he could slide inside of her. Megan shuddered when she felt the head of his shaft pierce through her wetness, pushing all the way until it could go no more. She held his gaze as she began to ride him. She'd always heard that she was good at riding a horse, and she figured riding a man couldn't be much different. So she rode him, easing lower, then easing back up. She repeated the steps until they became a sensual cycle. She heard his growl of pleasure, and the sound drove her to ride him hard. Grabbing her hips, he lifted his own off the bed to push deeper inside of her. "Oh, hell, you feel so damn good, Megan." His shaft got even larger inside of her, burying deeper. His words triggered a need within her, a need that was followed by satisfaction when her body exploded. She screamed and continued coming apart until she felt his body explode as well. Pleasure was ripping through her, making it hard to breathe. He was rock solid, engorged, even after releasing inside of her. He wouldn't go down. It was as if he wasn't through with her yet. He shifted their bodies, pulling her beneath him with her back to him. "Let me get inside you this way, baby. I want to ride you from behind." Pulling in as much energy as she could, she eased up on all fours, and no sooner had she done so than she felt the head of his erection slide into her. And then he began moving, slowly at first, taking long, leisurely strokes. Each one sent bristles of pleasure brushing over her. But then he increased the rhythm and made the strokes deeper, harder, a lot more provocative as he rode her from the back. She moved her hips against him, felt his stomach on the cheeks of her backside while his hand caressed her breasts. She glanced over her shoulder, their gazes connected, and she saw the heated look in his eyes. It fueled even more desire within her, making her moan and groan his name aloud. "Rico." "That sounds good, baby. Now I want to hear you say Ricardo." As spasms of pleasure ripped through her, she whispered in a low, sultry voice, "Ricardo." Hearing her say his birth name made something savage inside of Rico snap. He grabbed her hips as unadulterated pleasure rammed through him, making him ride her harder, his testicles beating against her backside. The sound of flesh against flesh echoed loudly through the room and mingled with their moans and groans. And then it happened. The moment he felt her inner muscles clamp down on him, felt her come all over him, he exploded. He wouldn't be surprised if the damn condom didn't break from the load. But at that moment, the only thing he wanted to do was fill her with his essence. Only her. No other woman. He continued to shudder, locked tight inside of her. He threw his head back and let out a fierce, primal growl. The same sound a male animal made when he found his true mate. As pleasure continued to rip through him, he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that he had found his. He lowered his head and slipped his tongue inside her mouth, kneading the connection as waves of pleasure continued to pound into him. It seemed to take forever before the last spasm left his body. But he couldn't move, didn't want to. He just wanted to lie there and stay intimately connected to her. But he knew being on all fours probably wasn't a comfortable position for her, so he eased their bodies down in a way that spooned his body against hers, but kept him locked inside of her. He needed this moment of just lying with her, being inside of her while holding her in his arms. She was so damn perfect. What they just shared had been so out of this world right. He felt fulfilled in a way he had never felt before, in a way he hadn't thought he was capable of feeling. "Anything else you think I ought to know?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her, liking the feel of her snuggled tightly to him. "There is this thing about you using a condom." What about it?" "You can make it optional if you want. I take birth control injections to stay regulated, so I'm good." He had news for her. She was better than good. "Thanks for telling me." "And I'm healthy, so I'm safe that way as well," she added. "So am I," he assured her softly, gently rubbing her stomach, liking the knowledge that the next time they made love, they could be skin to skin. "Rico?" He looked down at her. She had tilted her head back to see him. "Yes." "I like letting go with you. I like getting wild." He lowered his head to brush a kiss across her lips. "And I like letting go, getting wild with you too." And he meant it in a way he wasn't ready to explain quite yet. Right now, he wanted to do the job she had hired him to do. He hadn't accepted everything Ms. Fanny and her daughter had said, although the newspapers and those documents somewhat supported their claims, especially the details of the fire and the train wreck. There was still a gut feeling that just wouldn't go away. Something wasn't adding up, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He had been too concerned about the impact of their words on Megan to take time to dissect everything. He hadn't been on top of his A-game, which is one of the reasons he hadn't wanted her here. He tended to focus more on her than what he was supposed to be doing. But now, as he replayed everything that had transpired over the past 14 hours in his mind, a lot of questions were beginning to form. In the morning, he would talk to Megan over breakfast. Right now, he just wanted to hold her in his arms for a while, catch a little sleep, and then make love to her again. If he had thought he was addicted to her before, he knew he was even more so now. Chapter 13. I think Fanny Banks' story isn't true. Megan peered across the breakfast table at Rico. It took a few seconds for his words to fully sink in. You do? Yes. Someone is trying to hide something. Serious doubt appeared in her gaze. I don't know, Rico. What could they be trying to hide? Besides, we saw the articles in the newspapers which substantiated what she said. Did they? Megan placed her fork down and leaned back in her chair. Look, I admit I was upset by what I learned, and I wish more than anything that Fanny Banks might have gotten her information wrong, or that at 100 years old she couldn't possibly remember anything. But her memory is still sharp. Too sharp. Megan leaned forward, wondering why he suddenly had a doubtful attitude. Okay. Why the change of heart? You seemed ready to accept what she said. Yes, I was too ready. I was too quick to believe it because, like you, I thought it made sense, especially after reading those newspaper articles. But last night while you slept, I lay there and put things together in my mind, and there's one thing that you and I can't deny that we didn't give much thought to. She lifted a brow. And what is that? It's no coincidence that the Westmorelands of Atlanta and the Denver Westmorelands favor. And I don't mean a little bit. If you put them in a room with 100 other people and asked someone to pick out family members, I'd bet 98% of all the Westmorelands in the room would get grouped together. Megan opened her mouth to say something, and then decided there was nothing she could say, because he was right. The first time the two groups had gotten together, and Dare Westmoreland, one of the Atlanta Westmorelands, who was a sheriff in the metro area, had walked into the room, every member of the Denver Westmoreland's jaws had dropped. He and Dylan favored so much, it was uncanny. And that level of similarity in looks can only come from the same genes, Rico added. If push comes to shove, I'll have DNA testing done. She picked up her fork. You still haven't given me a reason for Ms. Banks to make up such a story. Rico tossed down his napkin. I don't have a reason, Megan. Just a gut feeling. He reached across the table and took her hand in his. I saw yesterday that what she said took a toll on you, and that became my main concern. I got caught up in your hurt and pain. I felt it, and I didn't want that for you. She understood what he meant. Last night, making love to him had been an eye-opener. She had felt connected to him in a way she'd never been connected to a man. She was in tune to her emotions, and a part of her felt in tune to his as well. Their time together had been so special that even now the memories gave her pause. If your theory is true, how do we prove it? She asked him. We don't. We visit them again and ask questions we didn't ask yesterday when our minds were too numb to do so. He gently tightened his hold on her hand. I need you to trust me on this. Will you do that? She nodded. Yes, I will trust you. After making a call to the Banks ladies after breakfast, they discovered they would have to put their visit on hold for a while. Dorothy Banks's daughter advised them that her mother and great-grandmother weren't at home and had gone on a day trip to Brownwood and wouldn't be returning until that evening. So Rico and Megan went back to their hotel. The moment they walked into the room, he gently grabbed her wrist and tugged her to him. You okay? How is the soreness? He found it odd to ask her that since he'd never asked a woman that question before. But then he couldn't recall ever being any woman's first. She rested her palms on his chest and smiled up at him. My body is fine. Remember, I do own a horse that I ride every day, and I think that might have helped some. She paused and then asked, What about you? He raised a brow. Me? Yes, she said, smiling. I rode you pretty darn hard. Yes, she had. The memory of her doing so made his erection thicken against her. Yes, but making love with you is amazing, he said, already feeling the air crackling with sexual energy. Simply incredible. I enjoyed it tremendously. Her smile widened as if she was pleased. Did you? Yes. I can't really put it into words. She leaned closer and ran the tip of her tongue alongside his lips, tempting him, seducing him slowly and deliberately. Then show me, Rico. Show me how much you enjoyed it. Let's get wild again. He was already moving into action, tugging off his shirt and bending down to remove his shoes and socks. She wanted wild, he would give her wild. Texas wild. Following his lead, she began stripping off her clothes. He lowered his jeans and briefs while watching her ease her own jeans down her thighs. He discovered last night that she wore the cutest panties. Colorful. Sexy. No thongs or bikinis. They were hip huggers, and she had the shapely hips for them. They looked great on her, even better off her. He stood there totally nude while she eased her panties down. She was about to toss them aside when he said, "Give them to me." She lifted a brow as she tossed them over to him. He caught them with one hand and then raised them to his nose. He inhaled her womanly scent. His erection throbbed, and his mouth watered, making him groan. He tossed her panties aside and looked at her, watching her nipples harden before his eyes. He lowered his gaze to her sex. She kept things simple, natural. Some men liked bikini or Brazilian, but he preferred natural. She was beautiful there, her womanly core covered with dark curls. His tongue felt thick in his mouth, and he knew where he wanted it to be. He moved across the room and dropped to his knees in front of her. Grabbing her thighs, he rested his head against her stomach and inhaled before he began kissing around her belly button and along her inner and outer thighs. He tasted her skin, licking it all over and branding it as his. And then he came face to face with the core of her and saw her glistening folds. With the tip of his tongue, he began lapping her up. She grabbed hold of his shoulders, dug her fingernails into the blades, but he didn't feel any pain. He felt only pleasure as he continued to feast on her, savoring every inch of her. "Rico." He heard her whimper his name, but instead of letting up, he penetrated her with his tongue, tightened his hold on her hips, and consumed her. He liked having his tongue in her sex, tasting her honeyed juices, sucking her and pushing her into the kind of pleasure only he had ever given her. Only him. "Rico." She called out his name a little more forcefully this time, and he knew why. She removed her hands from his shoulders to dig into his hair as she released another high-pitched scream that almost shook the room. If hotel security came to investigate, it would be all her fault. Moments later, she finished off her orgasm with an intense moan and would have collapsed to the floor had he not been holding her thighs. He stood. "That was just an appetizer, baby. Now for the meal." Picking her up in his arms, he carried her to the bedroom, but instead of placing her on the bed, he grabbed one of the pillows and moved toward the huge chair. He sat and positioned her in his lap, facing him. Easing up, he placed the pillows under his knees. "Now, this is going to work nicely. You want wild? I'm about to give you wild," he whispered, adjusting her body so that she was straddling him, with her legs raised all the way to his shoulders. He lifted her hips, just enough so he could ease into her, liking the feel of being skin to skin with her. The wetness that welcomed him as he eased inside made him throb even more, and he knew he must be leaking already, mingling with her wetness. "You feel so good," he said in a guttural tone. They were almost on eye level, and he saw the deep desire in the depths of her gaze. She moved, gyrating her hips in his lap. Her movement caused him to moan, and then he began moving, setting the rhythm, rocking in place, grasping her hips tightly to receive his upward thrusts, and she met his demands, tilting her hips and pushing forward to meet him. He could feel heat building between them, sensations overtaking them so intensely that he rocked harder, faster. His thrusts were longer, deeper, even more intense as they worked the chair and each other. He knew the moment she came. He felt it gush all around him, triggering his own orgasm. He shuddered uncontrollably, and his body did one hell of a blast inside of her. She stared into his face, and the look in her eyes told him she had felt his hot release shooting inside of her. And he knew that was another new experience for her. The thought was arousing, and he could only groan raggedly. "Oh, baby, I love coming inside of you. It feels so good." "You feel good," she countered. And then she was kissing him with a passion that was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. No woman had ever put this much into her kiss. It was raw, but there was something else, something he couldn't define at the moment. It was more than just tongues tangling and mating aggressively. There were emotions beneath their actions. He felt them in every part of his body. He would have given it further thought if she hadn't moved her mouth away to scream out another orgasm. As she sobbed his name, he felt his body explode again as well. He cried out her name over and over as he came, increasing the rocking of the chair until he was convinced it would collapse beneath him. But it didn't. It held up. Probably better than they did, he thought, as they fought for air and the power to breathe again. Megan's head fell to his chest, and he rubbed her back gently. Passion had his vision so blurred he could barely see, but he could feel. And what he was feeling went beyond satisfying his lust for her. It was much deeper than that. With her naked body connected so tightly to his, he knew why they had been so in tune with each other from the first. He understood why the attraction had been so powerful that he hadn't been able to sleep a single night since without dreaming of her. He loved her. There was no other way to explain what he was feeling, no other way to explain why spending the rest of his life without her was something he couldn't do. He pulled in a deep breath before kissing her shoulder blades. When he felt her shiver, his erection began hardening inside of her all over again. She felt it, and lifted her head to stare at him with languid eyes, raising both brows. "You're kidding, right? You've just got to be." He smiled and combed his hands through the thick curls on her head. "You said you wanted wild," he murmured softly. She smiled and wrapped her hands around his neck, touching her own legs, which were still on his shoulders. "I did say that, didn't I?" she purred, beginning to rotate her hips in his lap. He eased out of the chair with their bodies still locked together. "Yes, and now I'm going to take you against the wall." "Hey, you awake over there?" Rico asked when he came to a traffic light. He glanced across the truck seat at Megan. She lifted her head and sighed. Never had she felt so satiated in her life. For a minute, she'd thought he would have to carry her out of the hotel room and down to the truck. They had made love a couple more times after the chair episode. First, against the wall, like he'd said, and then later, after their nap, they'd made out in the shower. Both times had indeed been wild, and such rewarding experiences. Now she was bone-tired. She knew she would have to perk up before they got to the Banks' place. "I'm awake, but barely." "You wanted it wild," he reminded her. She smiled drowsily. "Yes, and you definitely know how to deliver." He chuckled. "Thanks. And that's Texas wild. Wait until I make love to you in Denver and show you Colorado wild." She wondered if he realized what he'd insinuated. It sounded pretty much like he had every intention of continuing their affair. And since he didn't live in Denver, did that mean he planned to come visit her at some point for pleasure rather than business? Before she could ask him about what he'd said, his cell phone rang. After he checked the ID, Megan heard him let out a low curse. "I thought I told you not to call me." "You didn't say you would sick the cops on me," Jeffrey Claiborne accused. "I didn't sick the cops on you. I wanted to check out your story. I have, and you lied. You need money for other things, and I'm not buying." He then clicked off the phone. Megan had listened to the conversation. That was the second time he'd received a similar phone call in her presence. The thought that he was still connected to some woman in some way, even if he didn't want to be bothered, annoyed her. She tried pushing it from her mind and discovered she couldn't. A believer in speaking her mind, she said, "Evidently someone didn't understand your rule about not getting serious." He glanced over at her. His gaze penetrated hers. "What are you talking about?" "That call. That's the second time she's called while I was with you." She? Yes, I assume it's a female, she said, knowing she really didn't have any right to assume anything. He said nothing for a minute, and then, no, that wasn't a female. That was the man who used to be my father. She turned around in her seat. Your father? She asked, confirming what he'd said. Yes. He's called several times, trying to borrow money from me. He's even called Savannah. Claims his life is in jeopardy because he owes a gambling debt. But I found out differently. Seems he has a drug problem, and he was fired from his last job a few months ago because of it. Now it was her time to pause. Then she said, So what are you going to do? He raised his brow and looked over at her. What am I going to do? Yes. Nothing. That man hurt my mother, and because of him, Jess lost hers. Megan swallowed tightly, telling herself it wasn't any of her business. But she couldn't help interfering. But he's your father, Rico. And a piss-poor one at that. I could never understand why he wasn't around for all the times that were important to me while growing up. His excuse was always that as a traveling salesman he had to be away. It never dawned on me until later that he really wasn't contributing to the household since we were mostly living off my mother's trust fund. He stopped at another traffic light and said, It was only later that we found out why he spent so much time in California. He was living another life with another family. He's never apologized for the pain he caused all of us, and he places the blame on everyone but himself. So as far as me doing anything for him, the answer is, I don't plan on doing a single thing, and I meant what I just told him. I don't want him to call me. Megan bit down on her lips to keep from saying anything else. It seemed his mind was pretty made up. Megan? She glanced over at him. Yes? I know family means a lot to you, and believe it or not, it means a lot to me too. But some things you learn to do without, especially if they're no good. Jeff Claiborne is bad news. Sounds like he needs help, like drug rehab or something. Yes, but it won't be my money paying for it. His statement sounded final, and Megan had a problem with it. It was just her luck to fall in love with a man who had serious issues with his father. What had the man done to make Rico feel this way? Should she ask him about it? She immediately decided not to. She had enough brothers and male cousins to know when to butt out of their business, until it was a safe time to bring it back up again. And she would. Chapter 14. Mr. Claiborne, Miss Westmoreland, Dorothy said, reluctantly opening the door to let them in. My daughter told me you called. We've told you everything, and I'm not sure if it'll be good on my grandmother to have to talk about it again. Rico stared at her. Just the other day you were saying you thought it would be good for her to talk about it. Yes, but that was before I saw what discussing it did to her, she said. Please have a seat. Thanks, he said, and he and Megan sat down on the sofa. If your grandmother isn't available, then perhaps you won't mind answering a few questions for us. I really don't know anything other than what Grandma Fanny told me over the years, she said, taking the chair across from them. But I'll try my best because my grandmother hasn't been herself since your visit. She had trouble sleeping last night, and that's not like her. I guess breaking a vow to keep a promise is weighing heavily on her conscience. For some reason, Rico felt it went deeper than that. Thanks for agreeing to talk to us. He and Megan had decided that he would be the one asking the questions. Everybody says your grandmother's memory is sharp as a tack. Is there any reason she would intentionally get certain facts confused? The woman seemed taken aback. What are you trying to say, Mr. Claiborne? Rico sighed deeply. He hadn't told Megan everything yet, especially about the recent report he'd gotten from Martin while she'd been sleeping. Stephen Mitchelson was not the one who survived that fire, and I'd like to know why your grandmother would want us to think that he was. The woman looked surprised. I don't know. But you seem absolutely certain my grandmother was wrong. He wasn't absolutely certain, but he was sure enough, thanks to the information Martin had dug up on Mitchelson, especially the man's prison photo, which looked nothing like the photographs of Rafel that the Westmorelands had hanging on their wall at the main house in Denver. He knew Megan was just as surprised by his assertion as Ms. Banks's granddaughter, but there was that gut feeling that wouldn't go away. It could be that Clarice lied to her about everything, he suggested, although he knew that probably wasn't the case. Possibly. But that isn't the case, and you know it, don't you, Mr. Claiborne? Rico turned when he heard Fanny Banks's frail voice. She was standing in the doorway with her cane. "Grandma Fanny, I thought you were still sleeping," Dorothy said, rushing over to assist her grandmother. "I heard the doorbell." "Well, Mr. Claiborne and Miss Westmoreland are back to ask you more questions. They think that perhaps you were confused about a few things," Dorothy said, leading her grandmother over to a chair. "I wasn't confused," the older woman said, settling in her chair. "Just desperate, child." Confusion settled on Dorothy's face. "I don't understand." Fanny Banks didn't say anything for a minute. She then looked over at Rico and Megan. "I'm glad you came back. The other day, I thought it would be easier to tell another lie. But I'm tired of lying. I want to tell the truth, no matter who it hurts." Rico nodded. "And what is the truth, Miss Fanny?" "That it was me, and not Clarice, who went to Wyoming that year and got pregnant. And Clarice, bless her soul, wanted to help me out of my predicament. She came up with this plan. Both she and I were single women, but she had a nice aunt in the East who wanted children, so we were going to pretend to go there for a visit for 6 months, and I would have the baby there and give my baby to her aunt and uncle. It was the perfect plan." She paused for a minute. "But a few weeks before we were to leave, Rafel showed up to deliver the news that Stephen had died in a fire, and Rafel wanted me to have the belongings that Stephen left behind. While he was here, he saw Clarice. I could see that they were instantly attracted to each other." Rico glanced over at Megan. They knew firsthand just how that instant attraction stuff worked. "Please go on, Miss Fanny." "I panicked. I could see Clarice was starting something with Rafel, which could result in her changing our plans about going out east, especially when Rafel was hired on by Clarice's father to do odds and ends around their place. And when she confided in me that she had fallen in love with Rafel, I knew I had to do something. So I told her that Rafel was really my Stephen. Basically the same story I told the two of you. She believed it, and was upset with me for not telling him about the baby, and for allowing him to just walk away and start a new life elsewhere. She had no idea I'd lied. Not telling him what she knew, she convinced her father Rafel was safe to have around their place. Her father fired him." She paused and rubbed her feeble hands together nervously. "My selfishness cost my best friend her happiness with Rafel. He never understood why she began rebuffing his advances, or why she had him fired. The day we caught the train for Virginia is the day he left Forbes. Standing upstairs in my bedroom packing, we watched him get in his old truck and drive off. I denied my best friend the one happiness she could have had." Rico drew in a deep breath when he saw the tears fall from the woman's eyes. "What about the baby? Did Clarice have a baby?" Ms. Fanny nodded. "Yes. I didn't find out until we reached her aunt and uncle's place that Clarice had gotten pregnant." Megan gasped. "From Rafel?" "Yes. She thought she'd betrayed me, and that we were having babies from the same man. Even then I never told her the truth. She believed her parents would accept her child out of wedlock, and intended to keep it. She had returned to Texas after giving birth only to find out differently. Her parents didn't accept her, and she was returning to Virginia to make a life for her and her baby when the train derailed." "So it's true. Both her and the baby died," Megan said sadly. "No." "No?" Rico, Megan, and Dorothy asked simultaneously. "Clarice didn't die immediately, and her son was able to survive with minor cuts and bruises." "Son?" Megan whispered softly. "Yes. She'd given birth to a son. A child Rafel never knew about. Because of me, The baby survived because Clarice used her body as a shield during the accident. Fanny didn't say anything for a minute. We got to the hospital before she died, and she told us about a woman she'd met on the train, a woman who had lost her baby a year earlier, and now the woman had lost her husband in the train wreck. He was killed immediately, although the woman was able to walk away with only a few scratches. Dorothy passed her grandmother a tissue so she could wipe away her tears. Through those tears, she added, "Clarice, my best friend, who was always willing to make sacrifices for others, who knew she would not live to see the next day, made yet another sacrifice by giving her child to that woman." Miss Fanny's aged voice trembled as she fought back more tears. "Because she believed my lie. She wasn't certain she could leave her baby with me to raise, because I would be constantly reminded of his father's betrayal. And her aunt couldn't afford to take on another child after she'd taken on mine. So Clarice made sure she found her baby a good home before she died." Megan wiped tears away from her own eyes, looked over at Rico, and said softly, "So, there might be more Westmorelands out there somewhere after all." Rico nodded and took her hand and entwined their fingers. "Yes, and if there are, I'm sure they will be found." Rico glanced back at Fanny, who was crying profusely, and he knew the woman had carried the guilt of what she'd done for years. Now, maybe she would be able to move on with what life she had left. Standing, Rico extended his hand to Megan. "We have our answers. Now it's time for us to go." Megan nodded, and then hugged the older woman. "Thanks for telling us the truth. I think it's time for you to forgive yourself, and my prayer is that you will." Rico knew then that he loved Megan as deeply as any man could love a woman. Even now, through her own pain, she was able to forgive the woman who had betrayed not only her great-grandfather, but also the woman who'd given birth to his child, a child he hadn't known about. Taking Megan's hand in his, he bid both Banks women goodbye, and together he and Megan walked out the door. Rico pulled Megan into his arms the moment the hotel room door closed behind them, taking her mouth with a hunger and greed she felt in every portion of his body. The kiss was long, deep, and possessive. In response, she wrapped her arms around his neck and returned the kiss with just as much vigor as he was putting into it. Never had she been kissed with so much punch, so much vitality, want, and need. She couldn't do anything but melt in his arms. "I want you, Megan." He pulled back from the kiss to whisper across her lips, his hot breath making her shudder with need. "And I want you too," she whispered back, then outlined his lips with the tip of her tongue. She saw the flame that had ignited in his eyes, felt his hard erection pressed against her, and knew this man, who had captured her heart, would have her love forever. Megan wanted to forget about Miss Fanny's deceit, her betrayal of Clarice, a woman who would have done anything for her. She didn't want to think about the child Clarice gave up before she died, the child her great-grandfather had never known about. And she didn't want to think of her great-grandfather, and how confused he must have been when the woman he had fallen in love with, at first sight, had suddenly not wanted anything to do with him. She felt herself being lifted up in Rico's arms and carried into the bedroom, where he placed her on the bed. He leaned down and kissed her again, and she couldn't help but moan deeply. When he released her mouth, she whispered, "Let's get wild again." They reached for each other at the same time, tearing at each other's clothes as desire, as keen as it could get, rammed through her from every direction. They kissed intermittently while undressing, and when all their clothes lay scattered, Rico lifted her in his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her legs around him. The thickness of him pressed against her, letting her know he was willing, ready, and able, and she was eager for the feel of him inside of her. He leaned forward and took her mouth again. His tongue tasted her, as if he intended to savor her until the end of time. He continued to kiss her, to stimulate her to sensual madness as he walked with her over to the sofa. Once there, he broke off the kiss and stood her up on the sofa facing him, sliding his hands between her legs, He spread her thighs wide. "You still want wild? I'm gonna give you wild," he whispered against her lips. "Squat a little for me, baby. I want to make sure I can slide inside you just right." She bent her knees, and he reached out and grabbed her hips. His arousal was hard, firm, and aimed right at her, as if it knew just where it should go. To prove that point, his erection unerringly slid between her wet folds. "Mercy," he said. He inched closer, and their pelvises fused. He leaned forward, drew in a deep breath, and touched his forehead to hers. "Don't move," he murmured huskily, holding her hips as he continued to ease inside of her, going deep, feeling how her inner muscles clenched him, trying to pull everything out of him. "I wish our bodies could stay locked together like this forever," he whispered. She chuckled softly, feeling how deeply inside of her he was, how closely they were connected. "Don't know how housekeeping is going to handle it when they come into our room tomorrow to clean and find us in this position." She felt his forehead move when he chuckled. His feet were planted firmly on the floor, and she was standing on the sofa. But their bodies were joined in a way that had tingling sensations moving all over her naked skin. He then pulled his forehead back to look at her. "Ready?" She nodded. "Yes, I'm ready." "Okay, then let's rock." With his hands holding her hips and her arms holding firm to his shoulders, they began moving, rocking their bodies together to a rhythm they both understood. Her nipples felt hard as they caressed his chest, and the way he was stroking her insides made her groan out loud. "Feel that?" he asked, hitting her at an angle that touched her G-spot and caused all kinds of extraordinary sensations to rip through her. She released a shuddering moan. "Yes, I feel it." What about this?" he asked, tilting her hips a little to stroke her from another angle. "Oh, yes." More sensations cascaded through her. "Now what about this?" He tightened his hold on her hips, widened her legs even more, and began thrusting hard within her. She watched his features and saw how they contorted with pleasure. His eyes glistened with a need and hunger she intended to satisfy. As he continued to rock into her, she continued to rock with him. He penetrated her with long, deep strokes. His mouth was busy at her breasts, sucking the nipples into his mouth, nipping them between his teeth. And then he did something below. She wasn't sure what, but he touched something inside of her that made her release a deep scream. He immediately silenced her by covering her mouth with his, still thrusting inside of her, and gripping her hips tight. This was definitely wild. She felt him. Hot, molten liquid shot inside of her, and she let out another scream as she was thrown into another intense orgasm. She closed her eyes as the explosion took its toll. "Wrap your legs around me now, baby." She did so, and he began walking them toward the bed, where they collapsed together. He pulled her into his arms and gazed down at her. "I love you," he whispered softly. She sucked in a deep breath and reached out to cup his jaw in her hand. "And I love you too. I think I fell in love with you the moment you looked at me at the wedding reception." He chuckled, pulling her closer. "Same here. Besides wanting you extremely badly, another reason I didn't want you to come to Texas with me was because I knew how much finding out about Clarice and Rafel meant to you. I didn't want to disappoint you." "You could never disappoint me. But you will have to admit that we make a good team." Rico leaned down and kissed her lips. "We most certainly do. I think it's time to take the Rico and Megan show on the road, don't you?" She lifted a brow. "On the road?" "Yes. Make it permanent." When she still had a confused look on her face, he smiled and said, "You know, marriage. That's what two people do when they discover they love each other, right?" Joy spread through Megan, and she fought back her tears. "Yes." "So is that a yes, that you'll marry me?" "Did you ask?" He untangled their limbs to ease off the bed to get down on his knees. He reached out for her hand. "Megan Westmoreland, will you be my wife, so I can have the right to love you forever?" "Can we get wild anytime we want?" "Yes, anytime we want." Then yes, Rico Claiborne, I will marry you. We can set a date later, but I intend to put an engagement ring on your finger before leaving Texas. Oh, Rico, I love you. And I love you too. I'm not perfect, Megan, but I'll always try to be the man you need. He eased back in bed with a huge masculine smile on his face. We're going to have a good life together. And one day I believe those other Westmorelands will be found. It's just so sad Fanny Banks has lived with that guilt for so many years. Yes, and she wasn't planning on telling us the truth until we confronted her again. Why was that? Megan asked. Who knows? Maybe she was prepared to take her secret to the grave. I only regret Rafel never knew about his child. And there's still that fourth woman linked to his name, Isabel Connors. Once I get back to Denver and tell the family everything, I'm sure someone will be interested in finding out about Isabel as well as finding out what happened to Clarice and Rafel's child. You're anxious to find out as well, right? Yes, but I've learned to let go. Finding out if there are any more Westmorelands is still important to me, but it isn't the most important thing in my life anymore. You are. Megan sighed as she snuggled more deeply into Rico's arms. She had gotten the answers she sought, but there were more pieces to the puzzle that needed to be found, and eventually they would be. At the moment, she didn't have to be the one to find them. She felt cherished and loved. But there were a couple of things she needed to discuss with Rico. Rico. Yes, baby. Where will we live? Philly or Denver? He reached out and caressed the side of her face gently. Wherever you want to live. My home, my life is with you. Modern technology makes it possible for me to work from practically anywhere. She nodded, knowing her home and life was with him as well, and she would go wherever he was. And do you want children? He chuckled. Most certainly. I intend to be a good father. She smiled. You'll be the best. There are good fathers, and there are some who could do better, who should have done better. But they are fathers nonetheless. She pulled back and looked up at him. Like your father. At some point you're going to have to find it in your heart to forgive him, Rico. Why do you figure that? She could tell from the tone of his voice and the expression on his face that he definitely didn't think so. Because, she said, leaning close and brushing a kiss across his lips, your father is the only grandfather our children will have. Not true. My mother has remarried, and he's a good man. She could tell Rico wanted to be stubborn. I'm sure he is. So in that case, our children will have two grandfathers. And you know how important family is to me, and to you as well. No matter what, Jeff Claiborne deserves a second chance. Will you promise me that you'll give him one? He held her gaze. I'll think about it. She knew when not to push. Good, because it would make me very happy. And although I've never met your dad, I believe he can't be all bad. Rico lifted a brow. How do you figure that? Because you're from his seed, and you, Rico, are all good. I am honored to be the woman you want as your wife. She could tell her words touched him, and he pulled her back down to him and kissed her deeply, thoroughly, and passionately. Megan Westmoreland Claiborne, Rico said huskily, finally releasing her lips. I like the sound of that. She smiled up at him. I like the sound of that as well. Then she kissed him, deciding it was time to get wild again. 2 weeks later, New York. Rico looked around at the less-than-desirable apartment complex, knowing the only reason he was here was for closure. He might as well get it over with. The door was opened on the third knock, and there stood the one man Rico had grown up loving and admiring until he'd learned the truth. He saw his father study Rico's features until recognition set in. Rico was glad his father recognized him, because he wasn't sure he would have recognized his father if he'd passed the old man in the street. It was obvious that drugs and alcohol had taken their toll. Jeff looked 10 years older than what Rico knew his age to be, and the man who'd always taken pride in how he looked and dressed appeared as if he was all but homeless. Ricardo, it's been a while. Instead of answering, Rico walked past his father to stand in the middle of the small, cramped apartment. When his father closed the door behind him, Rico decided to get to the point of his visit. He shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "I'm getting married in a few months to a wonderful woman who believes family is important. She also believes everyone should have the ability to forgive and give others a second chance." Rico paused a moment and then added, "I talked to Jessica and Savannah, and we're willing to do that, to help you. But you have to be willing to help yourself. Together, we're prepared to get you into rehab and pay all the expenses to get you straightened out. But that's as far as our help will go. You have to be willing to get off the drugs and the alcohol. Are you?" Jeff Claiborne dropped down in a chair that looked like it had seen better days and held his head in his hands. "I know I made a mess of things with you, Jessica, and Savannah. And I know how much I hurt your mom. And when I think of what I drove Janice to do," he drew in a deep breath, "I know what I did. And I know you don't believe me, but I love them both. In different ways. And I lost them both." Rico really didn't want to hear all of that, at least not now. He believed a man could and should love only one woman. Anything else was just being greedy and without morals. "Are you willing to get help? Are the three of you able to forgive me?" Rico didn't say anything for a long moment, and then said, "I can't speak for Jessica and Savannah, but with me it'll take time." Jeff nodded. "Is it time you're willing to put in?" Rico thought long and hard about his father's question. "Only if you're willing to move forward and get yourself straightened out. Calling your children and begging for money to feed your drug habit is unacceptable. Just so you know, Jess and Savannah are married to good men. Chase and Durango are protective of their wives and won't hesitate to kick your ass, father or no father, if you attempt to hurt my sisters. I just want to be a part of their lives. I have grandkids I haven't seen," Jeff mumbled. "And you won't be seeing them if you don't get yourself together. So, back to my earlier question. Are you willing to go to rehab to get straightened out?" Jeff Claiborne stood slowly. "Yes, I'm willing." Rico nodded as he recalled the man his father had once been and the pitiful man he had become. "I'll be back in 2 days. Be packed and ready to go." "All right, son." Rico tried not to cringe when his father referred to him as son, but the bottom line, which Megan had refused to let him deny, was that he was Jeff Claiborne's son. Then the old man did something Rico didn't expect. He held his hand out. "I hope you'll be able to forgive me one day, Ricardo." Rico paused a moment, and then he took his father's hand, inhaling deeply. "I hope so, too." Epilogue. "Beautiful lady, may I have this dance?" "Of course, handsome sir." Rico led Megan out to the dance floor and pulled her into his arms. It was their engagement party, and she was filled with so much happiness being surrounded by family and friends. It seemed no one was surprised when they returned from Texas and announced they were engaged. Rico had taken her to a jeweler in Austin to pick out her engagement ring, a 3-carat solitaire. They had decided on a June wedding and were looking forward to the day they would become man and wife. This was the first of several engagement parties for them. Another was planned in Philly and would be given by Rico's grandparents. Megan had met them a few weeks ago, and they had welcomed her to the family. They thought it was time their only grandson decided to settle down. He pulled her closer and dropped his arms past her waist as their bodies moved in sensual sync with the music. Rico leaned in and hummed the words to the song in her ear. There was no doubt in either of their minds that anyone seeing them could feel the heat between them, and the love. Rico tightened his arms around her and gazed down at her. "Enjoying yourself?" "Yes. What about you?" He chuckled. "Yes." He glanced around. "There are a lot of people here tonight." "And they're here to celebrate the beginning of our future." She looked over his shoulder and chuckled. Rico lifted a brow. What's so funny? Riley. Earlier today, he and Canyon pulled straws to see who would be in charge of Blue Ridge Management's 40th anniversary Christmas party this year, and I heard he got the short end and isn't happy about it. We have close to 1,000 employees at the family's firm, and making sure the holiday festivities are top-notch is important, and a lot of work. I guess he figures doing the project will somehow interfere with his playtime, if you know what I mean. Rico laughed. Yes, knowing Riley as I do, I have a good idea what you mean. The music stopped, and Rico took her hand and led her out the French doors and onto the balcony. It was the first week in November, and it had already snowed twice. According to forecasters, it would be snowing again this weekend. They had made Denver their primary home. However, they planned to make periodic trips to Philly to visit Rico's grandparents, mother, and stepfather. They would make occasional trips to New York as well to check on Rico's father, who was still in rehab. Megan had met him and knew it would be a while before he recovered, but at least he was trying. "You better have a good reason for bringing me out here," she said, shivering. "It's cold, and as you can see, I'm not wearing much of anything." He'd noticed. She had gorgeous legs, and her dress showed them off. "I'll warm you." He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her to him and kissed her deeply. He was right. He was warming her. Immediately he had fired her blood. She melted a little with every stroke of his tongue, which stirred a hunger that could still astound her. Rico slowly released her mouth and smiled down at her glistening lips. Megan was his key to happiness, and he intended to be hers. She was everything he could possibly want, and then some. His goal in life was to make her happy. Always.
The end. This has been a Griot audio presentation of Texas Wild by Brenda Jackson, narrated by Avery Glimpf. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Griot Audio recommends another title by Brenda Jackson, Feeling the Heat, also narrated by Avery Glimpf. Their long-ago affair had ended too abruptly, and Dr. Micah Westmoreland knows Kalina Daniels hasn't forgiven him. But now that they're working side by side, he can't ignore the heat that still burns between them. This time, there will be no question about his motive. He plans to make her his. A griot is a storyteller in traditional West African culture who entertains, teaches, and informs the tribe or village through the power of the spoken word. Recorded Books continues this oral tradition with Griot Audio. We also offer a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So visit us at recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.